Welcome to Ancient Wisdom, a sanctuary where timeless wisdom guides you into deep, restful sleep. Let the wisdom of the ages quiet your mind, ease your worries, and carry you gently into the night. If you're here to relax, reflect, and drift into peaceful slumber, you're exactly where you need to be. Before you get too cozy, take a moment to like this video and subscribe to the channel. It really helps me bring more soothing content your way. Also, I'd love to know, where are you tuning in from, and what time is it for you right now? Share in the comments below. Now, settle in, get comfortable, and let the wisdom of the ages guide you into deep, restful sleep.
Have you ever felt overwhelmed by your emotions? Like you're on a constant roller coaster with no way to get off? What if I told you that an ancient philosophy holds the secrets to mastering your emotions and achieving a happier, more balanced life? Welcome to our journey into the fascinating world of Stoicism. In this video, we'll explore the top 5 Stoic rules for controlling your emotions, transforming your reactions, and navigating life's challenges with grace and wisdom. These time-tested techniques, practiced by ancient philosophers like Marcus Aurelius and Seneca, can empower you to become the master of your emotional landscape. So grab a pen and paper, because you'll definitely want to take notes on these life-changing insights. Let's dive in. 1. Pause and breathe. The simple yet transformative practice of pausing and breathing holds immense significance as a tool for emotional control and mindful response. Imagine you're in a heated argument with a coworker and you feel your anger rising. Instead of reacting impulsively, Stoicism encourages you to take a deliberate pause, close your eyes, and take a deep breath. This brief moment allows you to regain composure and clarity. By introducing this pause, you create a buffer where you can reflect on the situation rationally. This practice aligns with Stoic principles by creating a space between stimulus and response, where you can engage your rational faculties rather than being driven by emotional impulses. For example, Marcus Aurelius, the famous Stoic philosopher, often practiced pausing and reflecting before responding to situations that could provoke anger or frustration. By taking a deep breath and counting to 10, you can diffuse the intensity of the moment, enabling you to respond with wisdom and poise. This practice empowers you to navigate challenges with greater control, transforming knee-jerk reactions into thoughtful responses. Embracing this Stoic technique can enhance your emotional intelligence and lead to more harmonious interactions in your daily life. 2. Practice negative visualization. Negative visualization, a powerful Stoic exercise, involves imagining potential challenges or losses to prepare emotionally for them. Picture yourself preparing for a big presentation. Instead of solely focusing on the best-case scenario, consider what might go wrong, technical issues, forgetting key points, or an unresponsive audience. By visualizing these setbacks, you can plan and brace yourself emotionally, reducing anxiety about the future. For instance, Seneca, a prominent Stoic philosopher, would regularly meditate on losing his wealth or status. This practice helped him remain grounded and grateful for what he had, lessening the blow if misfortune ever struck. By mentally rehearsing adverse scenarios, you develop resilience and a sense of preparedness. This technique can cultivate a mindset of gratitude for your current situation and a realistic perspective on life's uncertainties, making you less susceptible to emotional upheaval when challenges arise. 3. Separate stimulus and response. Stoicism introduces the concept of separating stimulus and response, emphasizing the space between an external event, stimulus, and our emotional reaction, response. Imagine receiving criticism at work. Instead of reacting defensively or angrily, take a moment to pause and evaluate the feedback objectively. This practice allows you to detach from immediate emotional responses and consider the situation rationally. The Roman Emperor Marcus Aurelius practiced this by reminding himself that his mind was separate from the external events that occurred. By embracing this space, you gain control over your reactions, enabling you to respond in a way that aligns with your values and long-term well-being. This Stoic principle fosters emotional intelligence and resilience, helping you navigate challenges with wisdom and equanimity. It transforms instinctual reactions into deliberate, thoughtful actions, ultimately leading to a more harmonious and fulfilled life. 4. Identify triggers. Recognizing external events or internal thoughts that provoke emotional responses is crucial for emotional mastery. For example, if traffic jams make you anxious or angry, identifying this trigger allows you to prepare and manage your response better. Developing acute self-awareness involves observing and recognizing the moments when your emotions intensify. The Stoic philosopher Epictetus taught that our reactions to events, not the events themselves, disturb our peace. By creating a mental inventory of triggers, you can preemptively identify stimuli that might prompt intense emotional responses. This self-awareness empowers you to interrupt the automatic process between stimulus and reaction, inserting a space that grants you the opportunity to choose your response deliberately. Instead of being a slave to your emotions, you become the master of your reactions, transforming triggers into stepping stones for personal growth and resilience. 5. Reframe perspectives. Reframing perspectives involves shifting how you perceive and interpret situations. Instead of viewing challenges as negative, see them as opportunities for growth and self-improvement. For example, if you fail a test, rather than seeing it as a setback, view it as a chance to identify areas for improvement and develop better study habits. Stoic philosophers like Epictetus encourage changing our perceptions to align with reality and focus on what we can control. By reframing your mindset, you can maintain a positive and resilient outlook. This cognitive reframing helps you see adversity as a path to growth, not a roadblock. It fosters emotional resilience and equips you with the mental tools to handle life's challenges with grace and strength. 6. Recognize the inner citadel. Establishing a mental space, or the inner citadel where you can retreat to observe and manage emotions, is a profound Stoic practice. Imagine facing a stressful situation at work. Instead of reacting immediately, take a mental step back into your inner citadel. This sanctuary within your mind allows you to assess your emotions and responses objectively. Marcus Aurelius often wrote about retreating into oneself, finding solace and stability amidst external chaos. This inner citadel provides a vital pause, enabling you to evaluate your reactions and choose responses that align with your values. By recognizing this inner fortress, you shift from being reactive to intentional in your actions, navigating life's ups and downs with equanimity and poise. This practice fosters emotional balance and resilience, allowing you to face challenges with grace while maintaining inner harmony. 7. Live in accordance with nature. Living in accordance with nature, a central tenet of Stoicism, urges us to align our lives with the natural order of the universe. Accept the impermanence of life and embrace both its joys and challenges. For instance, understand that change is inevitable and challenges are part of human existence. By adopting this mindset, you can cultivate emotional tranquility and fulfillment. Epictetus taught that we should focus on what is within our control, our thoughts, attitudes and responses. while accepting what lies beyond our influence. This principle helps detach from external circumstances, reducing unnecessary emotional suffering. Embracing life's uncertainties and recognizing challenges as opportunities for growth lead to inner freedom and a deeper connection to the natural world, fostering a resilient and serene outlook. 8. Develop emotional detachment. Emotional detachment involves learning to separate your emotions from outcomes or possessions. For example, if you lose a cherished item, instead of being devastated, remind yourself that material things are temporary and not within your complete control. This practice reduces emotional turmoil and promotes inner peace. Stoic philosophers like Seneca emphasize the importance of detaching from external attachments to maintain emotional stability. By understanding the transient nature of possessions and outcomes, you can focus on what truly matters, your values and virtues. Emotional detachment fosters resilience and allows you to navigate life's ups and downs without being overwhelmed by external factors, leading to a more balanced and fulfilling life. 9. Cultivate virtue. Stoicism teaches that living a virtuous life, embodying wisdom, courage, justice, and temperance, leads to true happiness. Imagine facing a moral dilemma at work. Instead of taking the easy way out, choose the path that aligns with your values of honesty and integrity. By focusing on moral excellence, you can foster emotional stability and fulfillment. Marcus Aurelius often reflected on the importance of virtue in his writings, emphasizing that true happiness comes from within, through the cultivation of virtuous character. By prioritizing virtue, you align your actions with your core values, leading to a more meaningful and contented life. This focus on virtue helps you navigate challenges with integrity, fostering a sense of inner peace and resilience. 10. Embrace the present moment. Stoicism emphasizes the importance of living in the present. For example, when spending time with loved ones, fully engage in the moment rather than worrying about past mistakes or future uncertainties. This practice enhances your emotional well-being and fosters a deeper connection with those around you. Seneca often advised against being consumed by worries about the past or future, advocating for mindfulness and presence in the current moment. By focusing on the here and now, you can reduce unnecessary anxiety and appreciate the beauty of the present. Embracing the present moment leads to a more centered and peaceful state of mind, allowing you to experience life's joys and challenges with greater clarity and gratitude. In summary, incorporating Stoic principles into your daily life can be a transformative journey toward emotional mastery and a happier existence. By practicing techniques like pausing and breathing, recognizing your inner citadel, and embracing the present moment, you can navigate life's ups and downs with grace and resilience. Remember, the power to control your emotions lies within you. By identifying triggers, reframing perspectives, and living in accordance with nature, you can foster a mindset of acceptance and intentionality. These ancient wisdoms not only help you manage your emotional responses, but also lead to personal growth and inner peace.
Here are 10 types of people you should never trust or respect, and understanding why will transform the way you approach relationships. Some individuals may seem harmless at first glance, but their behaviors can create chaos, drain your energy, or lead you astray from your own growth. It's not just about avoiding negativity, it's about protecting your peace and staying aligned with your values. Each of these personality types challenges your ability to live a balanced, virtuous life. Think about how much time and energy are wasted dealing with people who lie, manipulate, or disrupt your focus. Imagine the relief of knowing exactly who to steer clear of and why. By identifying these toxic traits, you can set boundaries that safeguard your mental clarity and personal integrity. What's more, Stoicism, the ancient philosophy of resilience and rational living, offers timeless wisdom to navigate these challenges. As we explore each type of person, you'll discover actionable insights rooted in Stoic principles that will empower you to reclaim control and focus on what truly matters. 1. The dishonest. Dishonesty erodes trust, damages relationships, and breeds unnecessary complications in life. Stoicism, with its emphasis on truth and integrity, urges us to avoid those who habitually lie or deceive. Marcus Aurelius wisely said, "If it is not right, do not do it. If it is not true, do not say it." This straightforward principle serves as a moral compass, guiding us to align with people who value honesty. Imagine this. You have a co-worker who regularly exaggerates their contributions to projects or withholds crucial information to make themselves look better. At first, their behavior might seem like a minor inconvenience, but over time, their dishonesty creates distrust among team members, delays progress, and fosters resentment. This not only affects your professional environment, but also weighs heavily on your mental peace. A Stoic would recognize the long-term harm of associating with such a person and distance themselves from their influence. Take another example from personal life. A friend who tells small lies to avoid accountability. Perhaps they consistently cancel plans with elaborate excuses that don't add up. These patterns chip away at the foundation of trust. Seneca reminds us that truth never perishes, meaning lies eventually surface, leaving damage in their wake. On the other hand, consider someone who admits their mistakes openly and strives to do better. Their honesty not only strengthens your relationship, but also inspires you to uphold the same virtue. Surrounding yourself with truthful individuals reinforces your commitment to live in alignment with reason and morality. Dishonest people disrupt the harmony Stoicism aims to cultivate. Their presence complicates what should be simple and straightforward. To protect your integrity and peace of mind, heed the Stoic advice. Trust those who walk in truth, and never grant respect to those who habitually betray it. The manipulative. Manipulators distort reality to serve their own needs, often at the expense of others. Stoicism teaches us to guard against such influences by maintaining control over our thoughts and emotions. Epictetus warned, "Whoever is going to make you angry is your master." This advice reminds us that manipulators thrive by exploiting our emotions, anger, guilt, fear, or even love, to bend us to their will. Consider a scenario where a colleague frequently flatters you, but subtly pressures you into taking on their workload. At first, their charm may feel genuine, but as time passes, you realize their compliments come with hidden motives. They appeal to your sense of responsibility or guilt, leaving you overburdened while they shirk their duties. A Stoic would recognize this behavior and set clear boundaries, refusing to let manipulation dictate their actions. In personal relationships, manipulation can be even more insidious. Imagine a partner who constantly plays the victim, using emotional guilt to control your decisions. They might say things like, "If you really loved me, you'd do this for me." Over time, their tactics erode your sense of autonomy and self-respect. Stoic wisdom teaches us to evaluate such behavior objectively, separating emotion from reason. Marcus Aurelius urged, "You have power over your mind, not outside events. Realize this, and you will find strength." To counter manipulation, a Stoic practices discernment and self-awareness. They remain anchored in their values and avoid reacting impulsively to emotional appeals. By focusing on what they can control, their thoughts, choices, and actions, they neutralize the manipulator's power. Manipulative individuals compromise your peace and autonomy. Trust and respect should only be extended to those who communicate openly and act with integrity. As a Stoic, hold firm to your principles and never let the manipulative govern your path. 3. The envious. Envy is a corrosive emotion, often disguised as passive-aggressive behavior or subtle undermining. Envious people may resent your success, happiness, or achievements, even if they don't openly admit it. Stoicism teaches us to recognize envy as a sign of discontentment and insecurity. As Seneca observed, it is the mark of a great soul to scorn great things and prefer that which is ordinary. The envious, by contrast, are consumed by comparison and lack gratitude for their own lives. Imagine you've earned a promotion at work and a colleague's congratulations feel forced or insincere. Soon after, they begin to nitpick your decisions or spread rumors about how you lucked into your new role. Their envy not only poisons their own happiness, but also introduces negativity into your life. A Stoic approach would involve acknowledging their behavior without taking it personally. Epictetus reminds us, it is not what happens to you, but how you react to it that matters. Focus on your goals and let their resentment roll off your back. In friendships, envy can manifest as a lack of support or even sabotage. Picture a friend who criticizes your choices or downplays your achievements. For instance, when you share news about buying your first home, they respond with, "Must be nice, but I wouldn't want the stress." Their envy clouds their ability to celebrate your success. Seneca's teachings encourage us to surround ourselves with those who uplift us, not drag us down with their own insecurities. Envy is a destructive force that disrupts harmony, both for the envious and those around them. Stoics choose gratitude over jealousy, focusing on their own path instead of comparing themselves to others. Respect and trust those who celebrate your successes genuinely, and distance yourself from those whose envy dims your light. 4. The irresponsible. Irresponsible people avoid accountability, blame others for their shortcomings, and fail to follow through on commitments. In Stoic philosophy, responsibility and self-discipline are essential virtues. Epictetus reminds us, freedom is the only worthy goal in life. It is won by disregarding things that lie beyond our control. Irresponsible individuals, however, relinquish their freedom by neglecting their own duties, often pulling others into the chaos they create. Consider a teammate who consistently misses deadlines, leaving you scrambling to compensate for their lack of effort. At first, you might excuse their behavior, thinking they're simply overwhelmed. But over time, their pattern of neglect becomes clear. Their irresponsibility creates unnecessary stress for you, undermining your peace and productivity. A Stoic would recognize the importance of setting boundaries, ensuring their own efforts aren't wasted by someone else's failure to act responsibly. In personal relationships, irresponsibility can take a heavy toll. Imagine a friend who borrows money repeatedly but never repays it, always making excuses or promising to get it back to you soon. Their behavior reflects a lack of respect for your resources and trust. Marcus Aurelius advised us to focus on what is within our control, and part of that involves choosing relationships with those who honor their obligations. Stoics understand that responsibility is the foundation of progress. As Seneca noted, luck is what happens when preparation meets opportunity. Those who are irresponsible rarely seize opportunities because they fail to prepare, instead relying on others to clean up their messes. Irresponsible individuals drain your time, energy, and patience. Respect and trust should be reserved for those who take ownership of their actions and honor their commitments. A Stoic protects their mental clarity by refusing to shoulder the burdens of others' neglect and holding firm to their own sense of accountability. 5. The gossipers. Gossipers thrive on drama, spreading half-truths and secrets to gain attention or control. Stoicism teaches us to avoid idle talk and focus on meaningful action and self-improvement. Marcus Aurelius urged, "Waste no more time arguing about what a good man should be. Be one." Gossip detracts from this focus, turning your attention toward trivial matters instead of what truly matters. Picture a co-worker who loves to share juicy office rumors, dragging you into conversations about who might get fired or who is underperforming. While these interactions may feel harmless, they come with hidden costs. Gossip fosters a toxic environment, erodes trust among colleagues, and distracts you from your own work. A Stoic would refrain from participating, recognizing that gossip not only wastes time, but also compromises personal integrity. In personal life, gossip can be even more damaging. Imagine a friend who frequently discusses others' personal issues behind their backs. Today, they're sharing someone else's secrets, but tomorrow, it could be yours. As Seneca advised, associate with those who will make a better man of you. Welcome those whom you yourself can improve. Gossipers rarely inspire growth. Instead, they pull you into negativity and superficiality. Engaging in gossip also puts your peace of mind at risk. The Stoic principle of focusing only on what you can control is vital here. You can't control what others do or say, but you can control whether you participate. When approached with gossip, redirect the conversation or distance yourself from the individual. Gossipers add no value to your life and often detract from your focus and character. Trust and respect should be reserved for those who speak with purpose and integrity. A Stoic prioritizes truth, meaningful interactions, and self-discipline over indulging in harmful chatter. 6. The ungrateful. Ungrateful individuals take what they have for granted, often focusing on what's lacking instead of appreciating what they've been given. Stoicism emphasizes gratitude as a cornerstone of a virtuous life. Seneca wrote, "Nothing is more honorable than a grateful heart." Ungrateful people, by contrast, drain energy and foster resentment, disrupting the harmony Stoicism aims to cultivate. Imagine a co-worker who always complains about their workload, the office environment, or their pay, despite having a stable job in a struggling economy. No matter how much you or others support them, their lack of gratitude leaves them perpetually dissatisfied. Over time, their negativity begins to weigh on your own outlook, pulling you into their cycle of discontent. A Stoic would recognize this as harmful and choose to focus instead on what they can appreciate and control. In personal relationships, dealing with ungrateful people can feel even more disheartening. Picture a family member who dismisses your efforts to help, whether it's offering financial support, emotional care, or practical assistance. Instead of saying, "Thank you," they respond with, "Why didn't you do more?" This kind of attitude diminishes your goodwill and can breed frustration. Stoic wisdom reminds us that the act of giving or helping should stem from virtue, not expectation. But that doesn't mean tolerating chronic ingratitude. Practicing gratitude, on the other hand, fosters resilience and joy. Marcus Aurelius often reflected on the blessings in his life, writing, "When you arise in the morning, think of what a privilege it is to be alive, to think, to enjoy, to love." Surrounding yourself with people who share this perspective strengthens your ability to live a fulfilled life. Ungrateful individuals detract from your sense of purpose and positivity. A Stoic extends trust and respect to those who acknowledge and value the good in life, leaving behind those who only see what's missing. 7. The overly cynical. Cynicism, when unchecked, becomes a destructive force. While skepticism can be healthy, overly cynical people view the world through a lens of distrust and negativity, dismissing hope and possibility. Stoicism, by contrast, encourages resilience and rational optimism, even in challenging times. Marcus Aurelius wrote, You have power over your mind, not outside events. Realize this, and you will find strength. Cynics fail to exercise this power, choosing despair instead of constructive action. Imagine a co-worker who constantly predicts the failure of new initiatives or belittles efforts to improve the workplace. Their constant refrain of, "It'll never work," or "Why bother?" not only dampens morale, but also discourages innovation. Over time, their negativity creates a toxic atmosphere that stifles progress. A Stoic would recognize the futility of entertaining such pessimism, focusing instead on their own efforts and how they can contribute meaningfully, regardless of others' attitudes. In personal relationships, overly cynical individuals often dismiss your dreams and aspirations. Picture a friend who rolls their eyes when you share plans to start a business, saying, "Most startups fail. Why risk it?" Their cynicism projects their own fears and limitations onto you, eroding your confidence. Epictetus reminds us, "It is impossible for a man to learn what he thinks he already knows." Cynics are often trapped by their unwillingness to see new possibilities or embrace growth. While life is unpredictable and challenges are inevitable, Stoics choose to confront difficulties with reason and optimism. They understand that while outcomes are uncertain, the effort to act virtuously and purposefully is always worthwhile. Overly cynical people can drag you down, obscuring opportunities for growth and joy. A Stoic surrounds themselves with those who inspire and uplift, leaving behind those who cling to negativity and doubt. Respect and trust those who see potential, not just problems. 8. The arrogant. Arrogance blinds individuals to reason and humility, two essential virtues in Stoic philosophy. The arrogant inflate their own self-importance, often dismissing the value or contributions of others. Stoicism teaches that wisdom lies in recognizing how much we don't know. As Marcus Aurelius observed, it is impossible for a man to learn what he thinks he already knows. Imagine a manager who refuses to listen to feedback, assuming their position makes them infallible. They ignore valuable input from their team, leading to poor decisions and workplace tension. Their arrogance not only damages morale, but also stifles growth for themselves and everyone around them. A Stoic would recognize this behavior as a failure of humility and reason, qualities essential for leadership and collaboration. In friendships or family dynamics, arrogance manifests as dismissiveness or condescension. Picture a relative who constantly belittles your choices, presenting their opinions as superior without considering your perspective. Perhaps they dismiss your career path with remarks like, "You'll never succeed doing that," based solely on their limited understanding. This behavior not only sows discord, but also reveals their inability to see beyond their own narrow worldview. Arrogance is rooted in insecurity and detachment from reality. Stoicism advises us to cultivate humility by focusing on self-improvement rather than comparing ourselves to others. Epictetus reminds us, "If you wish to improve, be content to appear clueless or stupid in extraneous matters." True strength lies in seeking knowledge and understanding, not in pretending to have all the answers. Arrogant individuals disrupt harmony and hinder progress. Respect and trust should be given to those who demonstrate humility, openness, and a willingness to learn. A Stoic seeks relationships grounded in mutual respect and growth, steering clear of those who let pride overshadow reason and virtue. 9. The intemperate. Intemperance, whether it's indulgence in vices, lack of self-control, or impulsive behavior, leads to chaos and imbalance. Stoicism values moderation and discipline, emphasizing the importance of mastering desires rather than being mastered by them. As Seneca said, "Hold fast to this sound and wholesome rule of life, that you indulge the body only as far as health and needs require." Imagine a co-worker who frequently misses deadlines because they prioritize partying over professional responsibilities. Their inability to balance enjoyment with duty creates problems not only for themselves, but also for those who depend on their work. A Stoic would recognize this as a failure of self-governance and understand the need to distance themselves from such unreliability. In personal relationships, intemperance can manifest as recklessness, whether it's financial irresponsibility, erratic emotional outbursts, or unhealthy habits. Picture a friend who constantly borrows money to fund their excessive lifestyle, but makes no effort to pay it back or curb their spending. Their lack of self-discipline not only harms their own stability, but also places an unfair burden on those around them. Marcus Aurelius advises, if you are distressed by anything external, the pain is not due to the thing itself, but to your estimate of it. A Stoic would maintain their peace by refusing to enable such behavior. Intemperance often leads to regret and missed opportunities. Stoicism teaches us to aim for balance, cultivating habits that support long-term well-being rather than fleeting pleasures. True happiness, as Epictetus noted, comes from living in accordance with nature and reason, not from overindulging in things that bring only temporary satisfaction. Intemperate individuals can disrupt your peace and pull you into their chaotic orbit. A Stoic chooses to align with those who exercise discipline and self-control, fostering stability and mutual growth over recklessness and excess. 10. The unprincipled. People without principles lack a moral foundation, often making decisions based on convenience, self-interest, or fleeting emotions rather than values or ethics. Stoicism places great emphasis on living a virtuous life, guided by principles such as wisdom, courage, justice, and temperance. Epictetus advised, know first who you are, and then adorn yourself accordingly. The unprincipled, by contrast, fail to anchor their actions in any consistent moral framework, making them unreliable and potentially harmful. Consider a business partner who is willing to cut corners, lie to clients, or exploit workers just to maximize profits. While their behavior may yield short-term gains, their lack of integrity will inevitably lead to long-term consequences, damaged relationships, legal troubles, or the loss of trust. A Stoic would refuse to associate with such a person, knowing that aligning with unprincipled individuals compromises their own values. In personal relationships, an unprincipled person might betray confidences, break promises, or act deceptively without remorse. Imagine a friend who regularly changes their stance depending on what benefits them in the moment. They might abandon you in times of need, offer hollow reassurances, or fail to honor their commitments. Marcus Aurelius reminds us to seek relationships that strengthen our character. The soul becomes dyed with the color of its thoughts. Being around the unprincipled taints your moral clarity. Living without principles is like navigating without a compass. There's no direction or purpose, only chaos and opportunism. Stoicism teaches us to act in harmony with our virtues, to ensure our actions align with our beliefs and contribute to a greater good. Unprincipled individuals are unpredictable and often self-serving, leaving a trail of disorder in their wake. A Stoic chooses relationships with those who live by strong ethical standards, reinforcing mutual trust, respect, and the shared pursuit of virtue. Leave behind those who lack principles. They offer no foundation for a meaningful or harmonious connection. These 10 types of people, dishonest, manipulative, envious, irresponsible, gossipy, ungrateful, overly cynical, arrogant, intemperate, and unprincipled, are obstacles to a life of peace, purpose, and virtue. By recognizing their traits and applying Stoic wisdom, you can protect your energy, focus on what you can control, and cultivate relationships that align with your values. If you found this video insightful, make sure to give it a thumbs up and subscribe for more content on Stoicism and personal growth. We'd also love to hear from you. Share your thoughts and takeaways in the comments below. Have you encountered any of these personality types? How did you handle them? Let's keep the conversation going and learn from each other's experiences.
Have you ever walked into a room and instantly felt the tension without anyone saying a word? Or perhaps you've met someone whose smile made you feel instantly at ease. These experiences highlight the incredible power of non-verbal communication. In a world where words often take center stage, it's easy to overlook the silent signals that profoundly shape our interactions. But what if you could decode these hidden messages to understand people better and improve your relationships? Join us on a journey into the fascinating realm of body language and non-verbal cues, where the eyes, face, gestures, and even personal space reveal the unspoken truths behind our words. By learning to read these signs, you'll gain a powerful tool for enhancing your emotional intelligence and connecting more deeply with others. 1. Focus on the eyes. The eyes are often called the windows to the soul, capable of revealing a vast array of emotions and thoughts. Observing someone's eyes can provide deep insights into their honesty, interest, and emotional state. For example, consider a job interview scenario. The candidate who maintains steady eye contact is perceived as confident and truthful. This direct gaze not only signals confidence, but also builds a connection with the interviewer, fostering trust. Conversely, a person who frequently averts their gaze might be experiencing discomfort, shyness, or even deceit. Imagine a situation where a friend is recounting a story about a recent trip. If they avoid eye contact or their eyes dart around nervously, it may indicate they're not being entirely truthful or they feel uneasy discussing the topic. Pupil dilation is another critical indicator. When someone is genuinely interested in what you're saying, their pupils tend to dilate. This physiological response is involuntary and can be quite revealing in social interactions. Picture a date where your companion's pupils are noticeably larger when you're sharing a story. They're likely very engaged and interested in you. Expressions involving the eyes, such as raised eyebrows or narrowed eyes, also convey specific emotions. Raised eyebrows can signal surprise or interest. For instance, if you share an exciting piece of news with a colleague and their eyebrows shoot up, it shows they are genuinely intrigued. On the other hand, narrowed eyes often indicate suspicion or skepticism. If someone narrows their eyes while listening to you, it might be a cue that they doubt the truth or clarity of your statement. Understanding these subtle eye movements and expressions can greatly enhance your ability to read and respond to the emotions and intentions of those around you, making your interactions more meaningful and authentic. Decoding facial expressions. Facial expressions are powerful indicators of a person's emotional state, revealing feelings that might not be expressed verbally. For example, during a conversation, a genuine smile, one that reaches the eyes and causes crow's feet, indicates true happiness and engagement. Imagine greeting a friend you haven't seen in years. Their face lights up with a genuine smile, reflecting their joy and warmth towards you. In contrast, subtle expressions like a slight frown or furrowed brows can signal concern, confusion, or concentration. Picture a meeting where a team member furrows their brow while reviewing a proposal. This might suggest they have questions or reservations about the content, prompting you to address their concerns directly. Tense facial muscles are often a sign of stress or discomfort. For instance, if a colleague's jaw is clenched and their smile appears forced during a presentation, it likely indicates they are nervous or uncomfortable with the situation. Recognizing these cues can help you provide support or adjust your approach to make them feel more at ease. 3. Gestures and body language. Gestures and overall body posture convey messages that words might not fully express. For example, crossed arms can indicate defensiveness or discomfort. Imagine a scenario where you're giving feedback to an employee. If they cross their arms and lean back, it might suggest they are feeling defensive or disagree with your points. Conversely, leaning forward and maintaining an open posture with arms relaxed and uncrossed shows interest and engagement. In a classroom setting, students who lean forward and nod occasionally are actively listening and absorbing the information being presented. Touching the face can be a sign of anxiety or uncertainty. Picture someone scratching their chin or covering their mouth while making a decision. These gestures often indicate that they are unsure and possibly second-guessing their choices. Recognizing these signs can guide you in offering reassurance or additional information to help them feel more confident. 4. Observing micro-expressions. Micro-expressions are brief, involuntary facial expressions that reveal genuine emotions, often occurring in fractions of a second. These fleeting expressions can be crucial in understanding someone's true feelings. For instance, a flash of fear, widened eyes and raised eyebrows during a tense conversation might indicate the person is feeling threatened or anxious, even if they are verbally expressing calm. Similarly, a quick expression of disgust, characterized by a wrinkled nose and raised upper lip, can reveal true feelings about a subject being discussed. Imagine someone briefly showing disgust while talking about a particular task at work. This micro-expression could indicate their true dislike or discomfort with the assignment, despite any positive statements they make. Happiness is often revealed through a genuine smile, but a micro-expression of joy might appear even if someone tries to conceal their happiness. For example, receiving unexpected praise might trigger a fleeting smile before they compose themselves, indicating their genuine pleasure at the compliment. 5. Monitoring vocal tone and pitch. Changes in vocal tone, pitch, and speed can provide significant clues about a person's emotional state. A higher pitch often suggests anxiety or deception. For instance, during a stressful situation, a person's voice might rise as they attempt to explain themselves, indicating nervousness or a lack of confidence in their words. A steady, calm tone, on the other hand, often signals confidence and sincerity. Imagine a leader addressing their team during a crisis. Their calm, measured speech can reassure and instill confidence in the team, even if the situation is challenging. Rapid speech can signify nervousness or excitement. Picture someone excitedly sharing news about a promotion. Their words may come quickly, and their pitch might rise, reflecting their enthusiasm and joy. Conversely, someone speaking quickly during an interrogation might be trying to cover their tracks or fabricate details, indicating possible deceit. 6. Analyzing personal space. Personal space preferences can reflect comfort levels and intentions. For instance, standing close to someone can indicate familiarity or intimacy. In a social setting, close friends or family members are comfortable being physically close, reflecting their strong emotional bonds. Maintaining a greater distance can signify formality or discomfort. In a professional setting, maintaining a respectful distance during conversations indicates professionalism and respect for personal boundaries. Conversely, invading someone's personal space can be seen as aggressive or overly intimate. Imagine a salesperson stepping too close during a pitch, making the customer feel uneasy and defensive. 7. Evaluating handshakes. A handshake can reveal much about a person's personality and emotional state. A firm handshake suggests confidence and assertiveness. For example, in a business meeting, a firm handshake at the beginning can set a positive tone, indicating the person's confidence and readiness to engage. A limp handshake may indicate insecurity or reluctance. Imagine meeting someone who offers a weak, hesitant handshake. This might suggest they are unsure of themselves or not fully committed to the interaction. A prolonged handshake can be a sign of dominance or eagerness. For instance, a person who holds on a bit too long might be trying to assert control or make a lasting impression. 8. Notice fidgeting. Fidgeting behaviors, such as tapping feet or drumming fingers, often signal nervousness or impatience. Imagine a student waiting for exam results. If they are constantly fidgeting, it likely indicates their anxiety and impatience. Recognizing these signs can help you offer reassurance or distractions to ease their tension. Conversely, stillness can reflect calmness and self-control. Picture a negotiator in a high-stakes discussion who remains perfectly still and composed. Their lack of fidgeting signals confidence and control, potentially giving them an advantage in the negotiation. 9. Paying attention to posture. A person's posture provides significant insights into their feelings and attitudes. An open posture, with arms relaxed and not crossed, shows openness and confidence. In a job interview, a candidate who sits up straight and keeps their arms open is likely confident and eager to engage. A closed posture, such as crossing arms or hunching, can indicate defensiveness or discomfort. Imagine a participant in a group discussion who sits with their arms crossed and shoulders hunched. This body language suggests they feel defensive or are not comfortable with the topic being discussed. 10. Watching for incongruence. When verbal and non-verbal messages do not align, it often signals deceit or internal conflict. For example, if someone verbally expresses confidence but avoids eye contact or displays nervous tics, their body language contradicts their words, suggesting they might not be entirely truthful or comfortable. In another scenario, consider a person who claims to be relaxed but is constantly fidgeting and showing tense facial expressions. This incongruence between their words and actions reveals their internal struggle or deceit. Being attuned to these inconsistencies can help you better understand the true feelings and intentions of those you interact with, enhancing your communication and emotional intelligence. In conclusion, mastering the art of reading non-verbal communication opens a gateway to deeper understanding and more meaningful connections. From the subtle flicker of a micro-expression to the telltale signs in a handshake, these silent signals offer profound insights into the emotions and intentions of those around us. By honing your ability to interpret these cues, you can navigate social interactions with greater empathy and awareness, enhancing both personal and professional relationships. Imagine the advantages of detecting honesty in a business deal through eye movements, or recognizing a friend's discomfort through their body language. These skills empower you to respond more effectively and compassionately, fostering trust and cooperation. As you continue to explore and practice these techniques, you'll find yourself more attuned to the complex, unspoken dance of human interaction. At Wiser, we believe that understanding and leveraging non-verbal communication is a cornerstone of emotional intelligence. Stay with us as we delve deeper into this and other facets of personal growth and wisdom. Together, we'll unlock the secrets of effective communication, paving the way for a more connected and insightful life. Have you ever found yourself at a crossroads, torn between holding on to a relationship because it's familiar and letting go because you know it's stifling your growth? It's a hard realization. But sometimes the people closest to us, the ones we've shared laughter, tears, and countless memories with, aren't meant to be part of our journey forever. This is where the ancient wisdom of Stoicism offers a guiding light. The Stoics, with their timeless insights into human nature and the quest for a fulfilling life, teach us that true personal growth often involves making difficult decisions about who we keep in our lives. In this video, we'll uncover 15 signs that indicate it might be time to end a relationship, even if it involves family or friends. This isn't about cutting people out with cold indifference. It's about intentionally curating our lives to include relationships that uplift, inspire, and challenge us to be our best selves. If you're feeling the weight of this decision and the uncertainty it brings, you're not alone. Join me as we delve into Stoic wisdom to find the courage and clarity needed to make these crucial choices, ultimately leading to a life of greater peace and fulfillment. Number 1. Lack of trust. Trust is the bedrock of any healthy relationship. Without it, the foundation upon which your connection stands becomes unstable, leading to constant stress and insecurity. The Stoics, valuing honesty and integrity above all, would argue that a relationship devoid of trust is misaligned with these virtues. Imagine constantly doubting the words and actions of someone close to you. This perpetual uncertainty erodes your peace of mind, something the Stoics cherish deeply. Trust is not just about believing that someone won't betray you, but also about knowing that they respect and value you enough to be truthful. When trust is repeatedly broken, it signals a fundamental flaw that cannot be ignored. It's like trying to fill a sieve with water. No matter how much effort you put in, it never holds. Stoicism teaches us to focus on what we can control, our responses and decisions. Therefore, if you find yourself in a relationship where trust is consistently undermined, it's wise to consider stepping back. Preserve your dignity and seek connections that foster mutual respect and honesty. Remember, a life aligned with Stoic principles is one where your peace and integrity are not sacrificed for uncertain loyalties. Number 2, toxic patterns. Repeated harmful behaviors create toxic patterns that can subtly poison a relationship over time. Stoicism, with its emphasis on self-improvement and resilience, teaches us to recognize and address such patterns with clarity and courage. Imagine being in a relationship where negative behaviors, be it manipulation, dishonesty, or disrespect, become the norm. These behaviors erode the trust and respect that are crucial for any meaningful connection. The Stoics believed in the importance of living a life of virtue and integrity. Persisting in a relationship mired in toxicity contradicts these ideals. It's like tending to a garden overrun by weeds. Without intervention, the weeds will eventually choke out all the good plants. Recognize the signs of toxic patterns and assess whether efforts to change have been effective. If these patterns persist despite your best efforts, it might be time to let go. Stoicism teaches us to make rational, objective decisions for our well-being. Ending a toxic relationship is not an act of defeat, but a step towards preserving your mental and emotional health. Embrace the wisdom of the Stoics and prioritize relationships that reflect the virtues of respect, honesty, and mutual growth. Number 3, emotional drain. Relationships should be a source of energy and support, not a constant drain on your emotions. According to Stoic principles, maintaining emotional equilibrium is crucial for living a fulfilling life. If you find yourself consistently exhausted or burdened by a relationship, it's a clear sign that the connection is unhealthy. Picture carrying a heavy load that never seems to lighten, no matter how much effort you put into it. This is what an emotionally draining relationship feels like. Stoicism teaches us to focus on what truly enriches our lives and to let go of what does not. If a relationship leaves you feeling depleted rather than invigorated, it's time to reevaluate its place in your life. Emotional drain disrupts your inner peace and hinders your ability to engage fully with the world. It's not selfish to seek out relationships that energize and uplift you. In fact, it's a wise and necessary step towards living a life aligned with Stoic virtues. Surround yourself with people who contribute positively to your well-being, and do not be afraid to distance yourself from those who do not. Remember, your emotional health is paramount, and preserving it is a reflection of your commitment to Stoic principles. Number 4, manipulation and control. Healthy relationships are founded on mutual respect and autonomy. When manipulation and control enter the equation, they erode these foundations, leading to an imbalanced and unhealthy dynamic. Stoicism teaches us the importance of self-mastery and living in accordance with our values. Imagine being in a relationship where your thoughts, actions, and decisions are constantly influenced or dictated by someone else. This undermines your autonomy and distorts your sense of self. Epictetus famously said, "No one is free who is not master of himself." Being subject to manipulation or control strips you of this freedom, which is essential for a virtuous life. It's crucial to recognize these signs and take steps to reclaim your autonomy. This doesn't mean acting with cold indifference, but making intentional choices about who you allow into your inner circle. Relationships should empower you, not constrain you. If you find yourself feeling manipulated or controlled, it's a clear signal that the relationship is misaligned with Stoic ideals. Seek connections that respect your independence and encourage your growth. By doing so, you honor your worth and live more authentically according to Stoic principles. Number 5, illusions versus reality. Stoicism at its heart is about acceptance, embracing the reality of our lives and relationships as they truly are, not as we wish them to be. Holding on to illusions in a relationship can feel comforting, but it ultimately detracts from genuine connection and growth. Imagine viewing your relationship through rose-colored glasses, ignoring red flags and glossing over issues. This creates a distorted perception that prevents you from addressing real problems. The Stoics valued clarity and truth, teaching that strength and freedom come from seeing things as they are. Engaging with the truth allows for authentic relationships built on mutual understanding and respect. If you find yourself clinging to a fantasy rather than facing the reality of your relationship, it's time to reassess. This process requires courage and honesty, but leads to more meaningful connections. By embracing reality, you open the door to genuine growth and emotional freedom. The Stoic way encourages us to navigate our relationships with wisdom and discernment, seeking authenticity over illusion. Let go of fantasies that detract from your well-being and strive for relationships rooted in truth and clarity. This alignment with reality fosters deeper, more fulfilling connections and a life of integrity. Number 6, lack of reciprocity. Reciprocity is key to the health and longevity of any relationship. It ensures a balance of give and take, where both parties contribute equally. When this balance is off, the relationship becomes fundamentally unsustainable. Picture constantly pouring your energy into a relationship, receiving little to nothing in return. This dynamic leads to feelings of resentment and exhaustion for the giver, while fostering dependency or entitlement in the receiver. The Stoics emphasized mutual support and harmony in relationships. For them, contributing to others' well-being should not come at the expense of one's own. If you find yourself in a one-sided relationship, it's essential to address this imbalance. Begin with open communication, expressing your needs and setting clear boundaries. Encourage the other person to contribute more, both materially and emotionally. Healthy relationships require effort from both sides. Stoicism teaches us to respect ourselves and others, striving for balance and mutual respect. If efforts to restore reciprocity fail, it may be necessary to reconsider the relationship's place in your life. Prioritizing reciprocal relationships is not selfish, it's essential for your well-being. Seek connections where mutual support is the norm, fostering trust and deeper connections. Number 7, failed communication. Effective communication is the lifeblood of any thriving relationship. It allows us to express our needs, share our thoughts, and connect on a meaningful level. Without it, relationships flounder in misunderstandings and frustration. When communication breaks down, it's often a sign of deeper issues. The Stoics valued clarity and reason, encouraging us to approach problems with a clear head and a willing heart. If you find yourself in a relationship where attempts to talk things out lead nowhere, it's a red flag. Failed communication can stem from various causes: lack of trust, unresolved resentments, or differing communication styles. Addressing these issues requires patience and persistence. The Stoic practice of self-reflection is invaluable here. Examine your role in the communication breakdown and strive for honesty and empathy. Create a safe space where both parties feel heard and valued. Listen actively, seek to understand, and respond with wisdom. If communication efforts consistently fail despite your best efforts, it may be time to reassess the relationship. Effective communication is essential for any healthy connection. Prioritize relationships where open, honest dialogue is possible, fostering deeper understanding and connection. Number 8, personal growth. Relationships should support and encourage your personal growth, not hinder it. Stoicism places great value on self-improvement and resilience, teaching us to cultivate environments that foster these qualities. Imagine being in a relationship where you feel stagnant, unable to pursue your goals or evolve. This is a clear indication that the relationship is holding you back. Seneca believed that to live a fulfilling life, we must constantly evolve, learn, and push our boundaries. If your relationship prevents you from doing so, it's a red flag. It's not that every relationship must challenge you to the utmost, but it should at least support your aspirations. Relationships should be like a fertile soil where you can grow, not barren land that stifles your potential. Take time to reflect on why you are holding on to a relationship that doesn't allow you to flourish. Is it out of habit, fear, or misplaced loyalty? Stoicism teaches us to live with intention, choosing connections that uplift and inspire us. If a relationship is inhibiting your growth, it's wise to consider its place in your life. Seek relationships that encourage your development and align with your highest virtues. Number 9, abuse. Abuse in any form is a definitive sign that a relationship must end. Stoicism, with its deep respect for human dignity and self-worth, condemns any behavior that violates these principles. Abuse, whether physical, emotional, verbal, or psychological, destroys the trust and safety that relationships should be built upon. Imagine constantly living in fear, your self-esteem eroded by someone who should be a source of support. Stoicism teaches us to recognize our inherent worth and to maintain our dignity and self-respect. Being in an abusive relationship is antithetical to these values. It's crucial to seek help and take steps to exit such situations. This is not a sign of weakness, but of immense strength and self-respect. The Stoics believed in facing challenges with courage and resilience. Exiting an abusive relationship is one of the most challenging yet necessary steps to reclaiming your life and dignity. Seek support from friends, family, or professional services. Healing from abuse is a Stoic journey, reasserting control over your life, reaffirming your values, and rebuilding with integrity. Remember, your well-being is paramount. Prioritize your safety and dignity, and do not hesitate to leave any relationship that compromises these. Number 10, disturbed peace. Relationships that consistently disrupt your inner peace are not worth maintaining. Stoicism teaches us to cultivate tranquility and maintain our equanimity in the face of life's challenges. Imagine a relationship that feels more like a storm than a shelter, constantly disturbing your mental and emotional calm. This is a clear sign that the relationship is misaligned with Stoic principles. Peace of mind is a precious asset, essential for living a good life. The Stoics believed in living harmoniously with nature, including our own nature. If a relationship pulls you away from peace and causes constant unrest, it's wise to step back and reassess. Ask yourself why this relationship disturbs your peace. Is it the other person's behavior, unresolved conflicts, or your own reactions and expectations? Address these issues through honest communication and setting boundaries. However, if the turmoil persists despite your best efforts, it might be time to let go. Ending a relationship that disrupts your peace is not a sign of failure, but of wisdom. Seek relationships that support your tranquility and well-being. In doing so, you honor your journey towards a life of peace, purpose, and profound fulfillment. Number 11, incompatibility of goals. Over time, people can grow in different directions. If your long-term goals and values are fundamentally incompatible with those of the other person, it can lead to ongoing conflict and dissatisfaction. Stoicism encourages living in harmony with your true nature and goals. Imagine being in a relationship where your aspirations are constantly at odds with those of your partner. This misalignment creates friction and prevents both individuals from fully pursuing their paths. The Stoics valued clarity and self-awareness, teaching us to recognize when a relationship hinders our growth and fulfillment. If your goals and values diverge significantly from those of the other person, it's a sign to reassess the relationship. This doesn't mean that every minor difference spells doom, but fundamental incompatibilities can create insurmountable challenges. It's essential to have a heart-to-heart conversation about your respective goals and see if there is a way to align them. If not, it might be time to consider parting ways. Pursuing a life aligned with your true nature is a Stoic ideal, and relationships should support, not obstruct, this journey. Seek connections that align with your values and goals, fostering mutual growth and fulfillment. Number 12, compromising values. Compromising your core values for the sake of a relationship is a price too high to pay. Stoicism teaches us to live with integrity and to stay true to our principles, as these values define who we are. Imagine being in a relationship that constantly asks you to act against your beliefs and moral compass. Over time, this erodes your sense of self and leads to inner conflict. The Stoics believed that living in alignment with one's values is essential for a meaningful life. Betraying these values for the sake of a relationship compromises your integrity and self-respect. It's like building a house on unstable ground. Eventually, everything will collapse. Reflect on whether a relationship asks you to compromise your values. Are you acting in ways that contradict your beliefs? If so, it's a clear sign that the relationship is unhealthy. This doesn't mean you shouldn't make sacrifices or compromises, which are normal in any healthy relationship. However, sacrificing your core values is different. It's a betrayal of your true self. Honor your values and seek relationships that respect and align with them. This commitment to integrity and virtue is the path to a fulfilling life, according to Stoic wisdom. Number 13, lack of respect. Respect is the foundation of any healthy relationship. Without it, trust, love, and genuine understanding cannot flourish. Imagine being in a relationship where you are constantly disrespected, your dignity undermined. This is not just about feeling undervalued, but recognizing that a fundamental aspect of your humanity is being disregarded. The Stoics placed immense emphasis on self-respect and the respect we owe to others. They believed that every individual possesses inherent worth and dignity. A relationship lacking mutual respect is a clear red flag. It's like trying to build a house on sand. Eventually, everything will collapse. Reflect on whether you are being treated with the dignity you deserve. If not, it's time for a serious reassessment. This doesn't necessarily mean cutting someone out of your life with cold precision, but recognizing your own value and making decisions that reflect that. Set clearer boundaries, have honest conversations about your feelings, or if necessary, move on. Respecting yourself and insisting on being treated with respect is not selfish or demanding. It's a reflection of the self-worth that the Stoics believed each of us should cultivate. Prioritize relationships that honor your dignity and values. Number 14, negative emotions. Constant feelings of jealousy, anger, or negativity in a relationship are clear indicators that it is not conducive to your well-being. Stoicism teaches us to focus on maintaining emotional equilibrium and to recognize toxic dynamics. Imagine a relationship filled with constant negativity, dragging you into emotional turmoil. Marcus Aurelius advised that we control our reactions to emotions, not the emotions themselves. If jealousy or anger arises because of someone's actions, it's essential to reflect on these feelings and their root causes. A relationship that consistently evokes negative emotions is like a storm, constantly disrupting your inner peace. This is not the foundation of a healthy, supportive connection. It's crucial to address these issues through open, honest communication and self-reflection. If the negativity persists despite your best efforts, it's a sign that the relationship may be inherently toxic. Remember, Stoicism teaches us to prioritize our emotional well-being and to surround ourselves with people who uplift and inspire us. Seek relationships that contribute positively to your life, fostering peace and emotional stability. By doing so, you honor the Stoic principle of maintaining balance and serenity in your inner world. Number 15, constant drama. A relationship that feels more like a constant storm than a sanctuary is a clear signal that something is amiss. Stoicism places immense value on tranquility and inner peace, teaching us to cultivate a state of calm that remains undisturbed by external chaos. Imagine being in a relationship where drama and conflict are the norms rather than the exceptions. This ongoing turmoil can be emotionally exhausting and mentally draining, disrupting your peace and well-being. Marcus Aurelius and other Stoics emphasized the importance of maintaining our inner equanimity, suggesting that we should distance ourselves from sources of unnecessary disturbance. Constant drama in a relationship undermines your ability to live a life of virtue and tranquility. It's not just about the occasional argument, but about a pervasive pattern that leaves you feeling unsettled and stressed. The Stoics would advise taking a step back and evaluating the impact of this relationship on your mental and emotional health. It's essential to communicate your need for peace and set boundaries to protect your tranquility. If the drama continues despite your efforts, it may be time to consider moving on. Prioritize relationships that offer stability and support rather than chaos and conflict. By doing so, you align yourself with Stoic principles, fostering an environment where you can thrive and maintain your inner calm. Remember, your peace of mind is invaluable, and protecting it is a reflection of your commitment to living a life guided by wisdom and serenity. Reflecting on our relationships through the lens of Stoic wisdom empowers us to make decisions that align with our highest virtues and well-being. Ending a relationship, especially one with close friends or family, is never easy, but sometimes it is necessary for our personal growth and peace. Remember, it's not about cutting ties with cold indifference, but about creating a life filled with meaningful connections that uplift and inspire us. As we part ways today, I hope the insights shared have sparked a deeper understanding of how to navigate your relationships with wisdom and courage. If this video has resonated with you, I invite you to join our journey of exploration and growth. Hit the like button, subscribe to the channel, and share this video with anyone who might benefit from these Stoic principles. Let's continue to cultivate lives of profound meaning and joy together. Thank you for watching, and I look forward to seeing you in the next video. Stay wise and keep striving for that inner tranquility.
Once upon a time, the seeker's journey to peace. Once upon a time, in a tranquil village nestled at the foot of misty mountains, there lived a young man named Akio. Though admired for his diligence and ambition, Akio felt a gnawing emptiness that no achievement could fill. Despite his youth and accomplishments, he was restless, yearning for something he couldn't quite name. One spring evening, after a day of toiling in the fields, Akio found himself wandering away from the village. The golden hues of the setting sun bathed the landscape in serenity, yet Akio's heart was anything but calm. The path he chose was unfamiliar, winding through hills dotted with cherry blossoms. The air grew cooler as he climbed, carrying the mingling scents of pine and blooming flowers. At the end of the path stood an ancient temple, its moss-covered stones exuding an air of timeless wisdom. The gates were slightly ajar, as if inviting him in. Inside, an elderly Zen master named Ryokan was tending to a rock garden. His movements were deliberate, his focus unwavering as he smoothed patterns in the sand with a wooden rake. There was an aura of peace about him that both intrigued and calmed Akio. Hesitating only briefly, Akio stepped closer. Akio, "Excuse me, master. I hope I'm not disturbing you." Ryokan, looking up with a warm smile. "Not at all, young one. What brings you to this quiet place?" Akio, "I feel lost. My life is full of effort and ambition, but something is missing. Despite my achievements, I can't find peace. Can you help me?" Ryokan, gesturing to a bench beneath a cherry tree. "Sit with me, young one. Peace is not something you find, it is something you cultivate. Let me share with you 5 lessons that have guided me on my own journey." Lesson 1. Live in the moment. As they settled under the blooming tree, Ryokan began. Ryokan, the root of most suffering lies in our inability to be present. We are either caught up in regrets about the past or consumed by fears of the future. But the only moment we truly have is now. Akio, I understand, but my mind is always racing. How do I quiet it? Ryokan, smiling gently. Start with your breath. Your breath is your anchor to the present. Sit quietly for a few minutes each day and focus on your inhalations and exhalations. When your mind wanders, gently guide it back. Over time, you will find your thoughts settling like ripples on a pond. Ryokan paused, then continued. Ryokan, Mindfulness is not just about sitting still, it's about being fully engaged in whatever you're doing. When you eat, savor every bite. When you walk, feel the ground beneath your feet. Even mundane tasks can become profound when done with presence. Akio. I often rush through my days, barely tasting my food or noticing my surroundings. Perhaps that's why I feel so disconnected. Ryokan. Exactly. Tomorrow, try eating your breakfast slowly, savoring each bite. You'll find that even simple acts can bring immense joy when done mindfully. Akio, nodding. I will. It seems so simple, yet it feels like it could make a big difference. Lesson 2. Embrace change. Ryokan picked up a cherry blossom that had fallen at their feet. Ryokan. Do you see this flower? It reminds us of life's impermanence. Everything changes, Akio. Seasons shift, rivers carve new paths, and even mountains erode over time. Resisting change only creates suffering, but when you accept it, you find freedom. Akio. I understand that change is inevitable, but it's difficult to let go when it's painful. Ryokan. Start by observing nature. Watch how trees shed their leaves without resistance, trusting that new growth will come. Reflect on how changes in your own life have led to growth or opened new opportunities. Acceptance is not about giving up. It's about understanding and trusting life's flow. Akio. Thoughtfully. I've been holding on to expectations of how my life should be. Perhaps it's time to let go. Ryokan. Yes, young one. When you release what no longer serves you, you create space for what truly matters. Ryokan leaned forward, his tone softening. Ryokan. Think of a river. When a rock blocks its path, the water doesn't stop. It simply flows around it. Life is much the same. Adaptation is the secret to resilience. Akio. That's a beautiful way to look at it. I'll try to embrace change with more courage. Lesson 3. Surrender control. The master leaned back, gazing at the stars emerging in the twilight sky. Ryokan. One of life's greatest illusions is control. People plan and worry, thinking they can dictate every outcome. But life is unpredictable, and the tighter you grip, the more it slips through your fingers. Akio. But if I don't try to control things, won't everything fall apart? Ryokan, chuckling softly. Focus on what you can influence, your actions, your attitude, your effort. Let go of the rest. Trust the flow of life, much like crossing a river. You can't control the current, but you can choose how to navigate it. Akio, frowning. It sounds simple, but it's hard to let go of the need to control everything. Ryokan. Hard, yes, but liberating. When you surrender the illusion of control, you free yourself from unnecessary stress. Life often unfolds in ways we cannot predict, and sometimes those surprises are gifts. Akio. I've spent so much time trying to perfect everything. Maybe it's time to trust more. Ryokan. Indeed. Letting go is not about giving up. It's about making room for possibilities beyond your imagination. Lesson 4. Cultivate gratitude. Ryokan reached into his robe and retrieved a small notebook. Ryokan. I keep this journal to remind myself of life's blessings. Each evening, I write down 3 things I am grateful for. Gratitude shifts your perspective, Akio. It turns what you have into enough. Akio. But what if I don't feel grateful? Ryokan. Start small. Be grateful for the food you eat, the air you breathe, the roof over your head. As you practice, you will see more and more to appreciate. Gratitude is a muscle. The more you use it, the stronger it becomes. Akio, smiling faintly. I'll try it tonight. It's such a simple habit, but I can see how it could change the way I view my life. Lesson 5. Create a sanctuary. The master gestured to the tranquil surroundings of the temple. Ryokan, your environment reflects your mind, Akio. A cluttered space breeds a cluttered spirit. If you wish to find peace, start by creating a peaceful environment. Akio, how can I do that? Ryokan, clear the clutter from your home. Surround yourself with items that bring you joy. Add natural elements like plants or stones. Create a small corner for reflection where you can retreat when life feels overwhelming. Your outer world shapes your inner one. Ryokan smiled and pointed to a simple stone lantern in the garden. Ryokan, even small touches like this lantern can bring calm and focus. Your sanctuary doesn't have to be elaborate. It simply needs to reflect your desire for peace. The transformation. As the moon rose high, casting its silver light over the temple, Akio felt a profound shift within him. The master's words were simple, yet deeply resonant. Akio, thank you, master. I will carry these lessons with me and nurture them. Ryokan, remember, peace is not a destination, it is a practice. Be patient with yourself and trust the journey. In the weeks that followed, Akio applied the teachings to his life. He practiced mindfulness, embraced change, and surrendered control. He found joy in gratitude and created a serene space in his home. Slowly, the restlessness that once plagued him gave way to a profound sense of peace. Word of Akio's transformation spread, and soon others sought him out for guidance. Like the master who had taught him, Akio shared these lessons, becoming a beacon of hope for those seeking inner calm. And so, the young seeker became a teacher, proving that peace is not found in the world around us, but cultivated in the quiet strength of the heart. Akio often returned to the temple, not as a student, but as a friend of the master. Together, they continued their discussions, enriching each other's understanding of life. Over time, Akio realized that his journey was not just about finding peace, but about inspiring others to embark on their own paths to tranquility.
Here are 10 terrible signs you are in a toxic friendship that you must know. Have you ever walked away from a conversation with a friend feeling drained, betrayed, or even worse about yourself? Toxic friendships are silent energy thieves, and they could be sabotaging your happiness and success without you even realizing it. Here's the shocking truth. Toxic friendships can harm your mental and emotional well-being as much as, or even more than, bad relationships. And the worst part? You might not even see the signs until it's too late. From constant criticism to subtle manipulation, these friendships leave you questioning your worth and doubting your instincts. Imagine what life would look like if you broke free from these bonds and reclaimed your energy and peace of mind. In this video, we're diving into the 10 terrible signs of a toxic friendship. We'll unpack each one with relatable examples and timeless wisdom to help you spot these red flags and take back control of your relationships. And stick around until the end, where I'll share a Stoic strategy that will empower you to protect your peace, no matter how difficult the situation. Let's get started. 1. Constant criticism and negativity. Friendships should be a source of encouragement and positivity, but when a friend constantly criticizes or demeans you, it becomes toxic. I've been there, excited to share a success or even a small joy, only to be met with sarcasm, judgment, or an outright dismissal. Over time, these small cuts pile up, leaving you questioning your worth or feeling like your achievements are never enough. Stoic philosophy offers a valuable perspective in dealing with such situations. Epictetus reminds us, it's not what happens to you, but how you react to it that matters. When someone habitually criticizes us, their words reflect more about them than us. Their negativity may stem from their own insecurities, frustrations, or inability to celebrate others' successes. Understanding this doesn't excuse their behavior, but it helps us not internalize their words. There's also wisdom in Marcus Aurelius's reflection: choose not to be harmed, and you won't feel harmed. For a long time, I allowed the opinions of others to shape how I saw myself. If they criticized my work or mocked my dreams, I'd question whether I was on the right path. But the Stoics teach us to ground our self-worth internally, not in the unstable approval of others. I learned to step back and ask, is their criticism constructive, or is it just noise? Most of the time it was the latter, but knowing this doesn't mean we should tolerate endless negativity. A true friend's feedback may sometimes be uncomfortable, but it should always come from a place of care and a desire to see us grow. Toxic criticism, on the other hand, is intended to diminish us. Seneca wrote, "Associate with people who are likely to improve you. If a friendship consistently drags you down, it's worth re-evaluating its place in your life." I began setting boundaries when I recognized this pattern in a past friendship. Instead of confronting their negativity with anger, I calmly expressed how their words affected me. Stoicism taught me to remain composed and intentional in my response. When they didn't change, I chose to limit my interaction with them, not out of spite, but to protect my peace. Ultimately, we can't control how others behave, but we can control the friendships we nurture. Surround yourself with those who uplift and inspire, not those who tear you down. That's not just a wise choice, it's a Stoic one. 2. One-sided effort. A friendship should be a two-way street. When you're the one always reaching out, making plans or offering support, it becomes exhausting and unsustainable. I've had friendships where I felt like the glue holding things together, sending the first text, organizing meetups, or being the listening ear every time they needed to vent. But when I needed someone, there was silence. It felt like running a marathon while they casually strolled beside me. Stoic wisdom reminds us to evaluate relationships through a lens of rationality and fairness. Marcus Aurelius wrote, "What is not good for the beehive cannot be good for the bees." A friendship that lacks mutual effort disrupts the harmony of both individuals. It leaves one person depleted while the other benefits without reciprocation. This imbalance is not just unkind, it's unhealthy. I used to justify one-sided friendships, convincing myself that maybe they were just busy or going through something. But Epictetus urges us to focus on what is within our control. Attach yourself to what is in harmony with your nature. If your natural state is to give and connect, yet someone continually neglects your efforts, that misalignment is worth examining. Their behavior isn't something you can control, but your choice to invest in that relationship is. Recognizing one-sided effort doesn't mean immediately cutting someone off. Instead, as the Stoics would advise, approach the situation with clarity and composure. Seneca reminds us, a gift consists not in what is done or given, but in the intention of the giver. When I noticed this pattern in a friendship, I first communicated openly. I let them know how I felt, calmly and without blame, hoping for a shift. When nothing changed, I reduced my efforts, saving my energy for relationships that felt balanced and rewarding. This wasn't easy. Part of me feared losing the friendship altogether, but the Stoics taught me to accept impermanence. Marcus Aurelius advised, "When you arise in the morning, think of what a privilege it is to be alive, to think, to enjoy, to love." I chose to redirect my love and care toward friendships that honored reciprocity, and in doing so,
I found deeper fulfillment. Ultimately, a healthy friendship is about mutual care and effort. If you're constantly overextending yourself, pause and reflect. Is this a friendship or a one-sided obligation? Stoicism encourages us to invest wisely, not just in things, but in people. 3. Manipulation and control. Friendship thrives on trust and mutual respect, but manipulation and control poison that foundation. A toxic friend might use guilt, emotional blackmail, or subtle pressure to sway you into doing things their way. I've experienced this firsthand. A friend who would frame every request as a test of loyalty, or who'd act hurt when I set boundaries, making me feel like the villain for prioritizing my needs. Stoic philosophy offers powerful tools to navigate such dynamics. Epictetus reminds us, if someone is able to provoke you, realize that your mind is complicit in the provocation. Manipulative friends often rely on emotional triggers, guilt, fear, or the desire to please. They count on our reactions to keep control. But when we pause and reflect instead of reacting, we reclaim our power. Their words and actions lose their grip on us. Marcus Aurelius's wisdom also applies here. You have power over your mind, not outside events. Realize this, and you will find strength. In my case, I started to recognize the patterns. When my friend used guilt to control me, I asked myself, is this demand reasonable? Would they act the same way if roles were reversed? The answer was often no. By grounding my decisions in reason rather than emotion, I began to see their manipulation for what it was, a tactic, not a truth. It's crucial, however, not to respond to manipulation with anger or retaliation. Stoics advocate for calm and measured action. Seneca wrote, "The best revenge is not to be like your enemy." When I confronted my friend about their behavior, I did so with composure, explaining how their actions made me feel and why it was affecting our friendship. This allowed me to set boundaries without escalating the situation. Still, not all manipulative relationships can be salvaged. If a friend refuses to respect your autonomy, Stoicism teaches us to let go gracefully. Epictetus advises, don't explain your philosophy, embody it. By stepping away, you set a standard for how you deserve to be treated, not just by others, but by yourself. Friendship should empower, not control. If someone's behavior feels like manipulation, it's a sign to reflect, act with integrity, and protect your inner peace. As the Stoics would say, you cannot control their actions, but you can control your response. 4. Jealousy and competitiveness. True friends celebrate your victories as if they were their own. But in a toxic friendship, jealousy and competitiveness take the stage. I've been in situations where sharing good news, landing a job, achieving a goal, or even just a small success, was met with forced smiles or subtle attempts to downplay my accomplishments. Sometimes they'd turn the conversation back to their own achievements, or hint at why my success wasn't such a big deal. After all, Stoicism teaches us that envy is a reflection of inner turmoil, not of the person it's directed at. Seneca wrote, "The mind that is anxious about future events is miserable." A friend's jealousy often stems from their fear of inadequacy, their struggle with their own goals, or their inability to measure up to their internal expectations. Recognizing this helped me see that their reactions weren't about me, but about their own insecurities. Still, it's not easy to deal with a friend who turns every moment into a competition. Marcus Aurelius provides guidance. The impediment to action advances action. What stands in the way becomes the way. Their envy challenged me to focus on what mattered most, my own values and growth. Instead of seeking their approval, I began asking myself, am I proud of this accomplishment? Does it align with my goals? By shifting my perspective, I became less affected by their behavior. However, that doesn't mean tolerating toxic competitiveness indefinitely. As Epictetus advises, it is not things themselves that disturb people, but their judgments about those things. When jealousy repeatedly overshadowed our friendship, I addressed it. I calmly explained how their reactions made me feel, highlighting that a true friend's joy is multiplied by shared success, not diminished by it. In one case, this conversation improved the friendship. In another, it didn't. When their competitiveness remained toxic, I followed Seneca's wisdom. Withdraw into yourself as far as you can. I chose to distance myself from that friendship, not with bitterness, but with an understanding that some relationships aren't meant to last. A friend's jealousy shouldn't dim your light or make you shrink yourself. A genuine friendship is a partnership in growth and joy. When competitiveness replaces camaraderie, Stoicism encourages us to focus on our path, maintain our inner tranquility, and seek relationships that uplift rather than undermine us. 5. Disrespecting boundaries. Healthy friendships. Respect personal boundaries, but toxic ones often disregard them. Maybe it's a friend who constantly interrupts your downtime, insists on knowing every detail of your life, or pressures you into situations you're uncomfortable with. I've been in friendships where saying no felt impossible because it would lead to guilt trips or passive-aggressive comments. Over time, this eroded my sense of autonomy and left me feeling overwhelmed. Stoicism reminds us that boundaries are essential for maintaining our inner peace. Epictetus said, "Know first who you are, and then adorn yourself accordingly." Recognizing your own values, needs, and limits is the first step in setting boundaries. If you don't know what you stand for, it's easy for others to impose their expectations and desires on you. Marcus Aurelius offers wisdom for handling such situations. Be tolerant with others and strict with yourself. This doesn't mean letting others walk all over you. It means understanding that their actions are theirs to own, while your responsibility is to uphold your principles. When I encountered a friend who constantly pushed my limits, I had to practice self-discipline. Instead of reacting emotionally, I calmly and firmly restated my boundaries. Setting boundaries in a Stoic way means doing so without anger or resentment. Seneca advised, "Anger, an acid that can do more harm to the vessel in which it is stored than to anything on which it is poured." When my friend ignored my boundaries, I chose not to retaliate, but to explain why those boundaries mattered. I said, "I value our friendship, but I also need time to recharge," or "I feel uncomfortable when you pressure me into decisions I'm not ready to make." This approach preserved my dignity and communicated my needs clearly. Sometimes, however, even after setting boundaries, the behavior doesn't change. In those cases, the Stoics teach us to accept what we cannot control. Epictetus reminds us, we cannot choose our external circumstances, but we can always choose how we respond to them. If a friend consistently disrespects your limits, it's okay to distance yourself. Doing so isn't selfish, it's self-preservation. Friendships thrive on mutual respect. When someone dismisses your boundaries, it's a sign that the relationship may not be as healthy as it should be. Stoicism empowers us to assert our values, protect our peace, and cultivate relationships where boundaries are honored. 6. Lack of empathy. A true friend listens, understands, and empathizes when you share your struggles or joys. But in a toxic friendship, empathy is often missing. You may notice they brush off your feelings, quickly turn the conversation back to themselves, or even mock your vulnerability. I've been in friendships where opening up felt pointless because I knew my emotions wouldn't be met with care or understanding. Stoic philosophy emphasizes the importance of understanding others while maintaining our own peace. Marcus Aurelius wrote, "Whenever you are about to find fault with someone, ask yourself the following question: what fault of mine most nearly resembles the one I am about to criticize?" This wisdom taught me to approach the situation with compassion rather than frustration. A friend's lack of empathy might stem from their own struggles or a lack of emotional awareness. Recognizing this can help us avoid taking their indifference personally. However, Stoicism doesn't mean tolerating such behavior endlessly. Epictetus advises us to keep company only with people who uplift you, whose presence calls forth your best. When a friend consistently shows a lack of empathy, it's a sign to reassess the relationship. I realized that surrounding myself with people who cared about my feelings made a significant difference in my well-being. One way to address this issue is by modeling empathy yourself. Seneca wrote, "Wherever there is a human being, there is an opportunity for kindness." When I noticed a friend's lack of empathy, I chose to respond to their struggles with understanding, even when they didn't reciprocate. This approach sometimes encouraged them to mirror that behavior back to me. But when it didn't, I understood that their emotional limitations were not my responsibility to fix. If a lack of empathy persists, Stoicism teaches us to let go gracefully. Marcus Aurelius reminds us, "You can leave life right now. Let that determine what you do and say and think." Life is too short to invest deeply in relationships that lack mutual care and understanding. Choosing to step away isn't about anger. It's about prioritizing your mental and emotional health. Empathy is the cornerstone of meaningful friendships. If someone consistently disregards your emotions, it may be time to distance yourself and seek connections that honor mutual understanding and support. Stoicism reminds us to act with kindness, but also with clarity and self-respect. 7. Gossiping about you. Trust is the foundation of any friendship, but when a friend gossips about you, spreading personal details, sharing secrets, or speaking negatively behind your back, it feels like a betrayal. I've experienced this before, discovering that someone I trusted had been sharing my vulnerabilities with others. It was like being stabbed in the back by someone who was supposed to have my best interests at heart. Stoic philosophy offers a steadying perspective in such moments of betrayal. Epictetus reminds us, "What other people say about you is not your concern. Your concern is what you think about yourself." While gossip can sting, it's important not to let it define your self-worth. Their words reflect their character, not yours. When I learned about a friend's gossip, I reminded myself that their actions were a result of their insecurities, not a judgment of my value. Seneca advises, "If you live according to nature, you will never be poor. If you live according to opinion, you will never be rich." This principle taught me to detach from the opinions of others, including friends. Instead of obsessing over what they said or why they said it, I focused on whether I had acted in alignment with my own values. If my conscience was clear, their gossip lost its power over me. Confronting gossip requires courage, and tact. Marcus Aurelius said, "Waste no more time arguing about what a good man should be. Be one." When I approached the friend who had gossiped about me, I stayed calm and direct, explaining how their actions had damaged my trust. Instead of attacking them, I shared my feelings and allowed them to respond. This Stoic approach helped me address the issue without escalating it. Unfortunately, not all friendships recover from betrayal. As Epictetus teaches, he who is not a good friend to himself cannot be a good friend to anyone else. If a friend continues to gossip or fails to take responsibility for their actions, it's okay to walk away. Removing toxic influences from your life is an act of self-respect, not hostility. A true friend safeguards your secrets and speaks well of you when you're not around. If someone consistently breaks this trust, Stoicism encourages us to let go of resentment, protect our peace, and seek relationships built on loyalty and integrity. 8. Draining your energy. Spending time with a friend should leave you feeling uplifted and connected, not exhausted. But with a toxic friend, the opposite often happens. Whether it's their constant negativity, endless drama, or neediness, these interactions can feel like an emotional drain. I've had friendships where I left every conversation feeling more stressed than before, as though my energy had been siphoned away. Stoicism provides powerful insights for navigating such relationships. Marcus Aurelius wrote, "People exist for one another. Teach them or bear with them." This reminds us that while it's natural to support a friend in need, there's a balance to maintain. If someone's constant issues are consuming your time and energy, you're not obligated to sacrifice your well-being. Stoicism emphasizes rational decision-making, not emotional martyrdom. One way I addressed this issue was by setting boundaries, something Epictetus often emphasized. He advised, "Know what you can bear and carry no more than your share." For example, when a friend frequently turned every interaction into a venting session, I calmly but firmly expressed that I couldn't always be available for their emotional unloading. Instead of cutting them off, I suggested specific times we could talk or offered other forms of support, like recommending a therapist or group where they could share their burdens more effectively. Seneca also offers wisdom for handling energy-draining relationships. Associate with those who make a better man of you. If a friendship leaves you feeling depleted instead of inspired, it's a sign to reevaluate its place in your life. I started prioritizing relationships that were more reciprocal, where I felt supported as much as I offered support. It's also essential not to respond with frustration or resentment. Stoicism teaches us to approach challenges with equanimity. Marcus Aurelius said, "You have power over your mind, not outside events. Realize this, and you will find strength." Instead of being annoyed by my friend's behavior, I shifted my perspective. I saw their constant negativity as a reflection of their struggles rather than a personal attack. Ultimately, friendships should bring balance, not exhaustion. If a relationship consistently drains your energy, it's okay to step back and focus on connections that nourish your soul. As the Stoics teach, protecting your peace isn't selfish. It's essential for living a virtuous and fulfilling life. 9. Inconsistent loyalty. Loyalty is the bedrock of trust in a friendship. When a friend's loyalty wavers, being supportive one day and dismissive or hurtful the next, it leaves you walking on eggshells, unsure of where you stand. I've had friends who were dependable in good times but disappeared or acted indifferent during challenges. This inconsistency created doubt and made me question whether I could truly rely on them. Stoic wisdom offers a clear framework for dealing with such situations. Marcus Aurelius wrote, "The soul becomes dyed with the color of its thoughts." A loyal friend's actions reflect their inner principles. When loyalty is inconsistent, it's often because their priorities, values, or emotions fluctuate. Recognizing this helps you avoid taking their behavior personally. It's not about your worth, but their lack of steadiness. Seneca also advises us to observe relationships carefully. Trust is earned, not given. I've learned that loyalty isn't proven by grand gestures in moments of ease, but by consistency over time, especially during difficulties. When a friend's loyalty faltered, I took a step back and reflected. Were their actions truly aligned with the values of friendship I hold dear? If not, it was time to reevaluate how much energy I invested in that relationship. Addressing inconsistent loyalty requires courage and directness, but it should be done with the Stoic virtue of calmness. Epictetus said, "It is not what happens to you, but how you react to it that matters." Instead of confronting my friend with anger or blame, I approached the issue with curiosity. "I've noticed you've been distant lately. Is something going on?" This opened the door to understanding rather than conflict. Still, some relationships may not recover. Marcus Aurelius reminds us, "Do not waste what remains of your life on what others think of you." If a friend's inconsistency continues to disrupt your peace, it's okay to step away. This doesn't mean holding a grudge. It means prioritizing friendships that foster mutual trust and reliability. True friendship is about showing up, not just when it's convenient, but consistently. If a friend's loyalty wavers, reflect, address the issue calmly, and protect your inner peace. As the Stoics teach, focus on cultivating relationships that align with your values and contribute to your personal growth. 10. Undermining your growth. Friendships should inspire and encourage you to become the best version of yourself. However, in a toxic friendship, your growth may be met with subtle sabotage, discouragement, or indifference. I've had friends who reacted to my efforts to improve with dismissive remarks, backhanded compliments, or even outright attempts to pull me back to old habits. It's as though my growth threatened their comfort zone. The Stoics remind us that personal growth is a central part of living a virtuous life. Epictetus said, "First, say to yourself what you would be, and then do what you have to do." A true friend supports this process, but a toxic one often feels left behind or insecure about their own stagnation. Recognizing this helped me see that their attempts to undermine me weren't about my growth. They were about their fear of change. When I noticed this pattern in a friendship, I reflected on Seneca's advice. Associate with those who help you be your best. A good friend should celebrate your progress and encourage your efforts to improve. I began asking myself, does this friendship align with my values and goals? Does it support the person I want to become? If the answer was no, I knew it was time to reevaluate the relationship. Addressing this issue requires a Stoic approach, calm, rational, and composed. Marcus Aurelius said, "Be tolerant with others and strict with yourself." Instead of accusing my friend of sabotaging me, I explained how their actions or comments made me feel. I shared my goals and why they mattered, giving them a chance to understand and support me. In some cases, this led to a deeper connection as they realized the impact of their behavior. In others, their resistance to change or continued negativity made it clear that the friendship was holding me back. As Epictetus teaches, the key is to keep company only with people who uplift you, whose presence calls forth your best. Letting go of friendships that undermine your growth isn't easy, but it's necessary for your well-being. Stoicism teaches us to act with integrity, prioritize our values, and seek relationships that encourage our journey toward self-improvement. Surround yourself with people who celebrate your growth and inspire you to keep striving for excellence. Toxic friendships can be hard to spot and even harder to let go of, but recognizing these red flags is the first step toward protecting your peace and building healthier relationships. Remember, true friends uplift and inspire, not drain or diminish you. As the Stoics teach us, we can't control how others act, but we can control the company we keep. If you found this video helpful, don't forget to like it and subscribe to the channel for more insights on navigating relationships and living a wiser, more intentional life. I'd also love to hear from you. What resonated most with you? Have you ever experienced any of these signs in a friendship? Share your thoughts and takeaways in the comments below. Let's start a conversation that helps all of us grow. Thank you for watching, and until next time, take care of your inner peace. It's worth everything. Imagine a life where every setback becomes fuel for growth, where validation isn't needed from anyone but yourself, and your peace is truly unbreakable. The ancient Stoics lived through unimaginable challenges, yet found ways to cultivate an inner strength that could weather any storm. They saw resilience as a mindset, a way to thrive, not just survive. What if you could harness that same power? What if you could pursue your dreams quietly, free from the pull of others' opinions, moving through life with intention and purpose? Today, I'll share 12 Stoic-inspired principles, a roadmap for building unshakable confidence, focusing your energy, and outsmarting life's chaos. These aren't just philosophical ideas, they're practical tools for modern resilience. If you're ready to turn inward and build the kind of strength that truly lasts, let's dive into the first principle. 1. Nurture my aspirations in silence. When I have a dream or goal, the excitement makes me want to share it with others. But I've learned that sometimes the best thing I can do for my aspirations is to keep them close, to let them grow quietly in my own mind before exposing them to the outside world. The Stoics taught that dreams need nurturing in solitude because, early on, they're fragile, vulnerable to others' doubts and skepticism. By protecting my dreams from premature exposure, I give them the space to strengthen, evolve, and align with my own values. Keeping my aspirations private helps me stay focused on my true motivation, the internal why that drives me. When I share too early, I risk shifting my focus from achieving the goal to seeking others' approval. By holding back, I'm able to build a deeper commitment to my vision, grounded in my own excitement and determination. This practice allows me to recalibrate and adapt freely without feeling the weight of external expectations. Over time, I've realized that my aspirations are often best shared only when they've matured and are ready to stand strong on their own. When the moment comes to bring others into my vision, I do so with the confidence of knowing I've nurtured it authentically. This quiet, deliberate approach reminds me of a Stoic truth. True power comes from action, not from words. By allowing my dreams to develop privately, I'm able to move toward them with a sense of quiet confidence, that no amount of external influence can shake. 2. Avoid gossip and focus on self-improvement. It's easy to get drawn into conversations about others, to focus on their flaws, decisions, or situations. But when I spend energy on gossip, I'm not just talking about others, I'm losing precious time and focus that I could use to improve myself. The Stoics remind me that my energy is finite, and every minute spent judging others is a minute I'm not dedicating to my own growth. Instead of discussing others, I aim to turn my focus inward. Gossip can be a subtle drain on my peace of mind and an unnecessary source of comparison and negativity. By avoiding it, I'm not just creating a more positive environment. I'm also cultivating a mindset focused on growth, compassion, and self-awareness. I've seen the difference it makes in my relationships as well. When I steer clear of gossip, I contribute to a culture of respect, trust, and integrity, where people know I value them for who they are, not for judgments I may pass behind their backs. This principle has a powerful impact on my inner peace too. When I focus on self-improvement rather than others' flaws, I experience more clarity and calm. I'm less likely to compare myself or judge others, which brings me greater satisfaction and a clearer sense of purpose. This Stoic approach reminds me that every moment spent improving myself is an investment in becoming a better, stronger version of myself, one who can contribute positively to the world. 3. Protect my energy. Energy is one of my most precious resources, and the Stoics taught me that managing it wisely is key to a fulfilling life. Each day, I encounter distractions, pressures, and minor stresses that can easily sap my energy if I'm not careful. Whether it's getting lost in social media, engaging in unnecessary drama, or worrying about things beyond my control, I've learned that I need to be intentional about where I direct my focus. Protecting my energy means setting boundaries around activities and people that drain me, and instead prioritizing those that uplift me and align with my values. For instance, while empathy is essential, I don't have to constantly surround myself with negativity or situations that disrupt my peace. This sometimes means creating physical or emotional distance to maintain my well-being. I'm better able to give my energy to what truly matters when I'm intentional about what I allow into my life. My own thoughts can be one of the biggest drains on my energy, especially if I let them spiral into worry or self-doubt. By practicing mental discipline, focusing on what I can control and letting go of what I can't, I conserve energy and keep a calm mind. I've come to see that by protecting my energy, I'm actually investing in my resilience and ability to be present. This approach doesn't mean avoiding challenges. It means engaging with them strategically and sustainably, so I have the energy to make meaningful progress in all aspects of my life. 4. Don't boast about your achievements. When I accomplish something meaningful, it's natural to want to share it, to let others know about the hard work I put in. But the Stoics teach us something profound here. True success doesn't need a spotlight. If my achievements are genuine, they'll be evident in the way I carry myself, in the impact of my actions, and in the respect I've earned over time, not in the amount of praise I receive. Whenever I boast, I shift my focus away from the purpose behind the work and onto the accolades. And the more I seek validation from others, the less I feel satisfied within myself. Instead, by practicing quiet humility, I can find fulfillment in the work itself. This shift helps me stay grounded. Rather than seeking recognition, I put my energy into learning and growing, becoming better with each effort. I think of a gardener tending their plants day after day. When their garden blooms, the beauty is evident to anyone who sees it. The gardener doesn't need to shout about their skill because the results speak for themselves. By embodying this principle, I remind myself that my actions and dedication are what really matter, not the approval of others. Letting my work do the talking creates an inner confidence, one that's far more fulfilling than any praise I might receive. In the end, I find that humility brings deeper, more lasting respect. People appreciate authenticity, and by focusing on the work rather than the rewards, I build genuine connections with those around me. By embodying this approach, I cultivate a sense of pride that's rooted in who I am and what I stand for, not just what I've achieved. 5. Keep your next move. Private. There's a certain strength in keeping my plans close to my chest. It's tempting to talk about my goals, to share every detail with those around me. But I found that discussing my intentions too early can sometimes backfire. When I reveal my next steps, I invite opinions, doubts, and even judgments from others that can distract me from my purpose. By keeping my plans to myself, I'm able to focus fully on the actions that will make my goals a reality. I can take each step deliberately, free from the noise of external influence. The Stoics knew that action is more powerful than words. They understood that the future is uncertain and that sharing plans prematurely can create unnecessary pressure. When I act in silence, I protect my focus, giving my dreams the space they need to grow strong. In practice, this means I stay accountable to myself first. If I talk too much about what I plan to do, it can feel like I've already accomplished something, and that sometimes reduces my drive to actually follow through. Keeping my intentions private helps me stay committed, ensuring that my focus remains sharp and my goals unclouded by outside input. Ultimately, this approach reinforces my resilience. By embracing this principle, I'm not just taking steps toward my goals. I'm strengthening my ability to follow through, regardless of what others may think. When the time is right, I'll reveal my progress, but only when I've already built something worth showing. 6. Practice gratitude in solitude. Taking time to practice gratitude, especially in solitude, has become essential to my well-being. In today's world, where we're encouraged to share every moment and seek external validation, I find solace in quietly reflecting on the things I appreciate. In these moments of solitude, I'm able to connect deeply with what truly matters to me. When I'm alone with my thoughts, I'm free from distractions. And this is where gratitude has its deepest impact. I'm not performing for an audience or looking for reactions. I'm simply acknowledging the gifts in my life, big and small. This quiet practice helps me cultivate a genuine sense of contentment, one that isn't dependent on external circumstances. The Stoics believe that gratitude is a foundation for resilience because it shifts focus from what's lacking to what's already present. During these moments, I notice that my perspective shifts. Challenges don't feel as overwhelming because I'm reminded of the support, opportunities, and strengths I already have. By building a gratitude practice in private, I foster a sense of inner peace and resilience. I'm able to face difficulties with a lighter heart, knowing I have a well of gratitude to draw from. Gratitude in solitude also strengthens my relationships. When I approach others from a place of appreciation, they feel it, even if I don't explicitly express it. I bring more positivity into my interactions and become a source of calm and encouragement for those around me. This quiet practice, I've found, builds a reserve of strength that serves me in every area of life. 7. Guard your weaknesses. There's power in understanding my weaknesses, but I don't need to broadcast them to the world. The Stoics remind me that vulnerabilities can be exploited, especially if shared too openly. Acknowledging my weaknesses is crucial for growth, yet by working on them privately, I protect myself from unnecessary scrutiny or judgment. If I openly discuss every flaw, it's easy for others to form a skewed perspective of who I am, focusing more on my struggles than on my strengths. When I keep my weaknesses guarded, I give myself the space to improve at my own pace. I'm not hiding from my challenges. I'm simply choosing to work on them away from prying eyes. This way, I can approach self-improvement with confidence, free from the pressure of others' opinions. Guarding my weaknesses also helps me build resilience. When I work on overcoming challenges quietly, I'm developing skills and strengths that are authentic and deeply rooted. I'm not improving because others expect it of me. I'm doing it for myself. This approach helps me stay focused on my own journey without comparing myself to others. In essence, I'm creating a fortress within myself, one that's reinforced by my own quiet dedication. By embracing this Stoic principle, I'm not just becoming stronger, I'm building an unshakable sense of self-reliance. When I eventually emerge with newfound strengths, I do so with confidence, knowing that I overcame my weaknesses on my own terms. 8. Don't overthink or dwell on challenges. Challenges are inevitable, but dwelling on them rarely brings relief or progress. When I face difficulties, it's tempting to overanalyze or complain, but I found that this only amplifies the issue. The Stoics encourage us to address challenges with a solution-oriented mindset, directing our energy toward what we can control instead of fixating on what's wrong. In practice, this means shifting my focus to action. Instead of getting stuck in a loop of worry, I break down the problem into manageable steps. I remind myself that challenges aren't meant to defeat me. They're opportunities to grow, to develop resilience and resourcefulness. When I view obstacles this way, I find that they lose much of their intimidating power. This approach doesn't mean ignoring my feelings. I can acknowledge my frustration or disappointment, but I don't let it consume me. By choosing not to dwell, I'm reclaiming control over my response to life setbacks. This perspective has taught me to be proactive, to seek solutions rather than get lost in the problem. Leaders who approach challenges with this mindset become a source of calm and stability. When others see that I'm able to move forward without getting bogged down by every obstacle, it inspires confidence and creates a sense of shared resilience. By embracing this Stoic principle, I'm able to handle adversity with a clear mind and a steady heart, always focused on moving forward. 9. Keep your kindness private. When I do something kind, the Stoics remind me that the reward lies in the act itself. In a world where it's common to post about every good deed, there's something deeply satisfying about kindness done quietly. True virtue, they taught, doesn't seek recognition or applause. It's motivated by a genuine desire to contribute positively to the world. By keeping my acts of kindness private, I reinforce that my intentions are pure. I'm not helping others to boost my ego or reputation, but simply because it feels right. This practice also encourages humility, reminding me that the focus isn't on me, it's on the impact I'm creating. When I help others quietly, I feel connected to something bigger than myself, which brings a profound sense of fulfillment. The beauty of unspoken kindness is that it often inspires others. people notice kindness even when it's not broadcasted. It's a quiet strength, one that builds trust and respect over time. When I do good for its own sake, I foster a more compassionate mindset. I'm not as focused on the external rewards. Instead, I feel joy in knowing I've contributed positively, even if no one else is aware. This private kindness has an interesting ripple effect. Those around me may feel encouraged to act in the same way, to help others without needing a stage. By embodying kindness as a personal value, I create a subtle yet powerful influence, inspiring others to lead with compassion too. 10. Seek feedback wisely. Feedback is essential for growth, but I've learned that not all feedback is equally beneficial. The Stoics valued humility and self-awareness, yet they also knew that opening ourselves to everyone's opinions could cloud our judgment. Seeking feedback wisely means choosing mentors and confidants who genuinely understand my goals and have my best interests at heart. When I carefully select the sources of my feedback, I create a support system rooted in trust. I'm not swayed by every passing opinion. Instead, I'm guided by those who respect my journey and offer insights grounded in experience. This practice helps me avoid the pitfalls of trying to please everyone, which is often an impossible and exhausting task. Choosing my sources of feedback also keeps me focused. Instead of being pulled in multiple directions by conflicting advice, I can make adjustments that are aligned with my true values. This approach builds resilience. I become more confident in my decisions, knowing that the feedback I receive comes from people who understand my vision and support my growth. In doing this, I foster a growth mindset that's intentional rather than reactive. I'm actively shaping my journey, refining my approach based on insights that are relevant and constructive. By seeking feedback wisely, I stay connected to my purpose, refining my strengths without getting lost in a sea of opinions. 11. Value discretion. Choose wisely who you trust. Not every thought, goal, or challenge is meant to be shared with everyone. The Stoics believed that our inner world is sacred, a place to be shared only with those who have earned our trust. Discretion allows me to protect my boundaries, to choose carefully who I let into my inner circle. By doing this, I create a safe space where I can be vulnerable, authentic, and open without fear of judgment. Choosing who to trust isn't about being secretive or closed off. It's about honoring my own values and personal growth. When I surround myself with people who genuinely respect and support me, I feel a sense of security. I know I'm sharing with those who understand the weight of my words and who genuinely care for my well-being. Practicing discretion also cultivates self-reliance. By not needing to disclose everything, I learn to process and work through challenges internally, building a deeper sense of confidence and self-trust. I become more resilient, knowing that I don't need constant external validation to feel secure in my decisions. This principle of discretion I've found also strengthens my relationships. When I'm selective with what I share, I give those closest to me a special role in my life. They know that I trust them deeply, which builds mutual respect and strengthens the bond we share. 12. Practice strategic solitude. In a constantly connected world, solitude might seem unnecessary or even uncomfortable. But I've learned that solitude isn't about loneliness. It's about creating intentional space for self-discovery and growth. The Stoics embrace solitude as a time to reflect, to align with their values, and to cultivate a deep inner peace that can't be found in the noise of the outside world. When I take time for solitude, I allow myself to step back from daily pressures and distractions. This quiet time lets me reconnect with my true intentions and assess if my actions align with my values. By carving out space for reflection, I'm able to see my path more clearly. I gain perspective, which often reveals solutions to challenges or brings clarity to my next steps. In solitude, I'm able to explore my thoughts and emotions without external influence. This is where I learn who I am at my core, free from the expectations of others. It's a time for personal growth, for cultivating resilience, and for finding peace within myself. When I make solitude a regular practice, I develop a stronger foundation, one that supports me in all aspects of life. Solitude also enhances my relationships. By taking time to center myself, I'm able to bring more clarity and presence to my interactions. I show up more authentically, more grounded, and better equipped to handle challenges with a calm demeanor. This practice of strategic solitude, the Stoics believed, is an essential part of building inner strength, because it's only when we truly know ourselves that we can lead and inspire others effectively. As we wrap up, take a moment to imagine the impact of these principles in your own life. The quiet confidence, the focused energy, and the unshakable resilience. The Stoics teach us that true strength doesn't come from what others see, but from what we cultivate within. By embracing these timeless principles, you're not just navigating life's challenges, you're mastering them, turning each moment into an opportunity for growth. So, which principle resonates most with you? How will you start applying this wisdom? Share your thoughts in the comments below. Let's inspire each other to build lives grounded in purpose, resilience, and inner peace. Remember, the journey to wisdom is lifelong, but every step forward brings you closer to the strength you already hold within. You know, I've been thinking about how sometimes saying less speaks louder. I know it sounds counterintuitive, but it's true. Whoever talks a lot often fails, they say, and lately, I think I'm starting to understand why. This realization didn't come suddenly. It crept up on me, like a thought that doesn't want to be ignored. I'm sitting here, cup of warm tea in hand, and thinking back to all those times when, in a rush to fill the silence, I just kept talking. I thought if I said more, it would make things clearer, but it often did the opposite. Let me tell you about one of those moments. A few years back, I was catching up with an old friend. We hadn't seen each other in years, and I was eager to fill him in on everything. My work, my travels, all these stories that felt important to share. I was so caught up in my own narrative that I didn't even notice how quiet he had gotten. I just kept going, thinking I was making this fantastic conversation. And then he interrupted me, kind of hesitantly, and he said, "I really wanted to tell you something." It turns out he was going through something heavy, something that I'd missed entirely in my monologue. He needed someone to listen, and here I was, just filling the air with my own stories. I remember the way his face looked, the slight disappointment. I'd failed to be the friend he needed. And you know, that look stayed with me, longer than I'd like to admit. From then on, I started to notice this pattern in myself. The more I spoke, the more I missed out on what others were actually trying to say. Or maybe what they were not saying, but were hoping I'd notice. And as I started paying attention to this, I saw it everywhere. Not just in my conversations, but in others too. It's like we're all afraid of the quiet moments, like we have to fill them up with words, no matter if they're necessary or not. But here's the thing. In silence, something special happens. There's space. Space for thoughts to breathe, for feelings to surface, for meaning to reveal itself. the times when I finally chose to stop talking, just let the words settle. I began to understand things I couldn't see when I was busy trying to be heard. I heard myself more clearly, and I started to really hear other people. I had another moment like this with my son recently. He was telling me about his day, about a challenge he'd faced, and I could feel that familiar urge to jump in, offer advice, tell him what I thought he should do, but I caught myself just for a moment. I held back. I let him talk, let him feel the silence after he spoke, and in that silence he found his own answers. It was one of the most powerful experiences I've had as a parent, to just let him have his own space, to listen and let him hear his own voice. Looking back, I realize how much richer my life would be if I had chosen silence more often, especially when I thought I had all the right words. Speaking less taught me so much more about the people around me, about what they needed, about how they felt, and even about myself. Because when we stop talking, we give ourselves permission to listen, not just to others, but to what's happening within us. It's funny how we often talk ourselves in circles, trying to fill up gaps, trying to make sense of things out loud, when sometimes all we need is to sit with our thoughts, let them settle, to be present in a way that goes beyond words. And I'm not saying I've got this down perfectly. I'm still learning. But I've come to believe that words are powerful only when they're given the space to mean something. So, if there's one thing I'd share with you, sitting here with my cup of tea and my reflections, it's this. Don't be afraid of the quiet. Sometimes, in the moments when you hold back, you'll hear things that were there all along, words you didn't have to say, answers you didn't have to search for, and you'll find a kind of peace in that silence, a connection that runs deeper than words. So next time you find yourself in a conversation, take a breath, pause, and listen. You might just find that less is indeed more. Here are 20 powerful moments when silence is your greatest weapon. In a noisy world, knowing when to hold your tongue can save relationships, protect your peace, and showcase your wisdom. Imagine avoiding unnecessary arguments, diffusing conflicts, and commanding respect without uttering a single word. The Stoics believed that silence is a form of strength, not weakness, and mastering it can elevate your life. In this video, we'll explore 20 specific scenarios where staying silent is not only the wiser choice, but also the most empowering. Stay until the end, and you'll learn how to use the power of silence to navigate life's most challenging moments with grace and clarity. 1. When you're angry. Silence during anger is a powerful tool. Speaking while angry often leads to words you'll regret, damaging relationships and your reputation. The Stoics believed in pausing to regain control before reacting. Instead of lashing out, take a deep breath and reflect on the source of your anger. Is it something you can control? Remaining silent allows you to process your emotions and respond thoughtfully later. For example, if an argument escalates, stepping away rather than retaliating diffuses the situation. By choosing silence, you protect your peace and prevent unnecessary conflict, showcasing your emotional strength and self-discipline. 2. When you don't know enough. Admitting ignorance is a mark of wisdom. Speaking on topics you don't understand can make you appear uninformed and close the door to learning opportunities. Instead, choose silence and listen. The Stoics valued humility and the pursuit of knowledge, knowing that understanding comes from observation, not empty words. For instance, in a discussion about a complex topic, holding your tongue allows you to absorb new information and form educated opinions. By remaining silent, you demonstrate a willingness to learn and show respect for those sharing their expertise, earning admiration for your thoughtful restraint. 3. When gossip arises. Engaging in gossip not only harms the subject, but also reflects poorly on your character. The Stoics emphasized integrity, and choosing silence in such moments protects your reputation and inner peace. If gossip arises in a conversation, refrain from contributing or subtly steer the topic elsewhere. Silence signals that you do not condone negativity and ensures you aren't implicated in unnecessary drama. By holding your tongue, you cultivate a sense of trustworthiness, showing others that you value dignity over fleeting amusement. Silence in these situations is a statement of your moral strength. 4. When someone is venting. Sometimes the best thing you can offer someone who's venting is your silence. People often need to feel heard, not fixed. By holding your tongue and simply listening, you provide them with a safe space to express their emotions. The Stoics valued empathy and connection, and silence is a powerful way to build those bonds. For example, when a friend vents about their challenges, resist the urge to interrupt with advice or solutions. Your silent presence demonstrates understanding and respect, strengthening your relationship and allowing them to process their feelings without judgment. 5. When words could wound. Not everything that's true needs to be spoken. The Stoics taught that speech should be necessary, helpful, and kind. If your words might harm more than help, choose silence instead. For instance, if someone makes a mistake, bluntly pointing it out might embarrass them. Instead, wait for a moment to provide constructive feedback. Silence in these moments reflects self-restraint and emotional intelligence. By holding your tongue, you prioritize the relationship over fleeting satisfaction, showing that you value connection and kindness over impulsive remarks. Silence becomes a shield for both your integrity and others' dignity. 6. During a heated argument. Silence in heated arguments can be a powerful de-escalation tool. Reacting impulsively often intensifies conflict and makes resolution harder. The Stoics believed in controlling emotions and choosing responses wisely. Instead of engaging in verbal sparring, take a moment of silence to collect your thoughts. For example, if an argument with a partner becomes tense, staying silent allows you to avoid saying something hurtful in the heat of the moment. Later, with a calmer mindset, you can address the issue more productively. Silence here is not weakness, but a sign of strength and emotional maturity. 7. When listening is more valuable. Silence creates space for listening, which is often more valuable than speaking. The Stoics believed that wisdom comes from understanding others before expressing yourself. By holding your tongue, you can fully absorb what someone is saying, showing respect and fostering deeper connections. For instance, in a meeting, rather than interrupting with your own ideas, allow others to finish. This not only helps you understand their perspective, but also ensures your response is thoughtful. Silence in these moments is a tool for learning and respect, making your eventual contributions more impactful and appreciated. 8. When someone is criticizing you. Criticism, whether fair or not, can trigger defensive reactions. However, responding with silence gives you the power to pause and reflect. The Stoics encouraged assessing criticism objectively, separating useful feedback from unwarranted attacks. For instance, if someone criticizes your work in a heated tone, staying silent allows you to avoid escalating the situation. You can later consider whether the criticism holds value and address it calmly. By choosing silence, you show emotional control and confidence, which often disarms the critic and maintains your composure in challenging situations. 9. When you're tempted to brag. Bragging may bring momentary satisfaction, but often damages your humility and relationships. The Stoics valued letting actions speak louder than words. If you're tempted to boast about an achievement, hold your tongue and let others notice your success naturally. For example, instead of announcing a promotion, quietly excel in your new role and let your work shine. Silence in these moments showcases humility and maturity, earning more respect than words ever could. It reflects the confidence that comes from within, not from external validation. 10. When confronted with rudeness. Rudeness often provokes immediate retaliation, but silence is a powerful counter. The Stoics taught that we cannot control others' behavior, only our reactions. When faced with rudeness, choosing silence disarms the offender and preserves your dignity. For instance, if someone speaks to you disrespectfully in public, responding calmly or not at all shows strength and self-control. Your silence sends a clear message. Their behavior doesn't affect your peace. This response not only diffuses the situation, but also reinforces your emotional resilience, reflecting the wisdom of prioritizing inner calm over unnecessary conflict. 11. When someone asks for secrets. Trust is a cornerstone of strong relationships, and guarding secrets entrusted to you is vital. The Stoics valued integrity and discretion, which silence upholds. For example, if someone asks about a private matter you were told in confidence, holding your tongue shows respect for the trust placed in you. Revealing secrets might bring short-term gratification, but damages your credibility. By staying silent, you demonstrate loyalty and self-control, ensuring that others see you as reliable and honorable. Silence, in this case, becomes a testament to your character and the strength of your principles. 12. When the timing is wrong. Timing is critical when delivering important messages. Speaking at the wrong time can dilute your words or create unnecessary conflict. The Stoics valued patience and understanding, which silence supports. For instance, if a friend is upset, holding your tongue and waiting for them to calm down ensures your message is received more positively. Silence allows you to assess the right moment for impact. By waiting, you show wisdom and respect for the situation, ensuring that your words carry weight when they are most needed. 13. When it's not your business. Stoicism teaches the value of focusing on what you can control, which includes staying out of matters that don't concern you. If a situation doesn't involve you directly, silence is the wisest course of action. For example, if colleagues are debating a sensitive issue unrelated to your role, refraining from input keeps you neutral and focused on your priorities. Engaging in others' business often leads to unnecessary complications. Silence in such moments preserves your peace and demonstrates a clear sense of boundaries, showing others you respect their autonomy. 14. When you're being provoked. Provocation often aims to trigger a reaction, but silence can render such attempts powerless. The Stoics believed that choosing not to be provoked is a form of mastery over oneself. For example, if someone insults you, holding your tongue shows you won't stoop to their level. Your silence denies them control over your emotions and maintains your composure. This calm response not only protects your dignity, but often leaves the provocateur feeling embarrassed. Silence in the face of provocation is a demonstration of strength and restraint, reflecting true self-control. 15. When you're about to complain. Complaints rarely solve problems and often drain energy. The Stoics emphasized gratitude and focusing on what you can control. If you're tempted to complain about a frustrating situation, hold your tongue and channel your energy into finding solutions. For instance, Instead of venting about traffic, use the time to listen to an inspiring podcast. Silence allows you to shift from negativity to productivity. Complaints rarely lead to change, but silence can pave the way for thoughtful action, keeping you focused on growth and resilience. 16. When you're unsure of your words. Uncertainty about what to say is a clear sign to stay silent. The Stoics valued speaking only when necessary and meaningful. If you're unsure whether your words will add value, it's better to pause and reflect. For example, in a discussion where emotions run high, silence gives you time to organize your thoughts and choose your words wisely. By holding your tongue, you avoid speaking rashly and ensure your eventual contribution is measured and impactful. Silence in these moments showcases thoughtfulness and discipline, qualities that inspire trust and respect. 17. When you need to reflect. Reflection requires stillness, and silence is the foundation of deep thinking. Before making important decisions, the Stoics advise taking time to contemplate your values and desired outcomes. For instance, when faced with a career decision, refraining from discussing it prematurely allows you to process your thoughts privately. Silence creates a space where clarity can emerge, free from outside noise or pressure. By choosing reflection over immediate action, you align your choices with your principles, demonstrating wisdom and foresight in all areas of life. 18. When others are grieving. In moments of grief, silence often speaks louder than words. People mourning a loss don't always need advice or explanations. They need presence and understanding. The Stoics valued empathy and recognized the importance of simply being there for others. For example, when a friend is grieving, offering silent support, like sitting beside them or holding their hand, can be more comforting than any words. Silence shows respect for their emotions and provides a safe space for them to process their pain. By holding your tongue, you demonstrate compassion and allow healing to take its natural course. 19. When you're observing someone. Observation requires quiet focus, and silence is essential for understanding others. The Stoics believed in learning from those around us, but this is only possible when we truly pay attention. For instance, in a team meeting, staying silent and observing colleagues' interactions can reveal valuable insights into dynamics and motivations. Silence sharpens your perception, allowing you to pick up on subtle cues that words might otherwise drown out. By observing without speaking, you gain a deeper understanding of situations and people, enhancing your wisdom and decision-making abilities. 20. When words could destroy trust. Trust is fragile, and careless words can shatter it in an instant. The Stoics emphasized integrity and self-control, urging caution in speech. If you're tempted to reveal a secret or speak out of anger, silence is the better choice. For instance, in a disagreement, refraining from saying something hurtful protects the relationship. Similarly, keeping a confidence strengthens your reputation for reliability. Silence in these moments preserves trust and ensures your actions align with your values. By choosing not to speak, you safeguard relationships and demonstrate true respect for others. Silence is a powerful tool that allows you to protect your peace, build trust, and navigate life with wisdom and grace. Mastering when to hold your tongue, as these 20 Stoic-inspired moments show, can transform your relationships and personal growth. Which of these situations resonated with you the most? Share your thoughts in the comments below. Don't forget to like this video, subscribe for more Stoic wisdom and self-improvement tips, and share this with someone who could benefit from the power of silence. Thank you for watching, and we'll see you in the next one.
Have you ever felt like an afterthought in someone's life, despite your best efforts to be a priority? It's a frustrating experience to pour your heart into relationships only to find that your presence is undervalued. Whether it's with friends, family, or a partner, being overlooked can leave you feeling disheartened and questioning your self-worth. But what if there were strategies to change this dynamic, ensuring that you become a top priority in the lives of those you care about? In this guide, we will explore 18 powerful psychological strategies, enhanced with vivid examples and anecdotes, to help you transform your relationships and make others appreciate your true value. From cultivating mystery to showing empathy, each step is designed to elevate your significance in the eyes of others, ultimately leading to more fulfilling and balanced connections. Let's dive into these transformative techniques and revolutionize the way you're perceived and prioritized by those around you. A T1. Be positive and optimistic. Maintaining a positive attitude can have a profound impact on how others perceive you. Imagine being around someone who always sees the silver lining in every situation. Their optimism can be infectious, making you feel more hopeful and enthusiastic about life. For instance, consider Jane, who always had a smile on her face and a kind word to say. Even during stressful times at work, she remained upbeat, encouraging her colleagues and helping them see the brighter side of things. Her positive energy made her a magnet for others, who sought her company for a boost of morale. By being a source of optimism, you not only improve your own outlook, but also become a person others want to be around, making you a priority in their lives. 2. Allow them to invest in you. Letting others invest time and effort in you creates a sense of commitment and value. Think of how a gardener feels about the plants they've nurtured from seeds. The more they care for them, the more attached they become. Similarly, when people invest their time, energy, or resources into you, they begin to see you as a significant part of their lives. For example, if a friend consistently helps you with a project or spends time teaching you a new skill, they're more likely to value your relationship deeply. This investment builds a stronger bond and ensures you hold a priority position in their lives. 3. Maintain some mystery. Keeping an air of mystery can be incredibly captivating. People are naturally drawn to the unknown, much like a moth to a flame. Consider the allure of a good mystery novel that keeps you turning pages late into the night. In relationships, revealing everything about yourself too quickly can diminish the excitement. Instead, drop hints about your interests and leave some stories for later. For example, if you're passionate about a unique hobby like underwater photography, mention your latest dive, but save the details for another conversation. This approach keeps others intrigued and eager to learn more about you, ensuring you remain a priority in their thoughts. 4. Encourage their growth. Supporting someone's personal and professional growth can solidify your importance in their life. Think of a mentor who not only teaches but also inspires their mentee to reach new heights. For instance, if your partner's aiming for a promotion at work, help them prepare for their interviews, celebrate their small victories, and offer constructive feedback. When you show genuine interest in their progress and encourage their aspirations, you demonstrate that you care deeply about their future. This kind of support fosters a strong emotional connection, making you an invaluable part of their life and someone they prioritize. 5. Stop initiating communication all the time. Taking a step back from always being the one to initiate communication can shift the dynamics in your favor. When you're always the first to call or text, it can create an imbalance where the other person may start taking you for granted. Consider Sarah, who decided to stop texting her friend first for a week. Initially, she feared the silence, but soon her friend reached out, realizing how much they missed their conversations. By allowing others the space to initiate contact, you create a sense of mutual effort and appreciation. This not only balances the relationship, but also makes you a priority in their life, as they actively seek your presence. 6. Express appreciation and gratitude. Regularly expressing appreciation and gratitude can significantly strengthen relationships. Imagine the joy of receiving a heartfelt thank you note from a friend for simply being there. This small act of recognition can make you feel valued and cherished. For instance, if your colleague stays late to help you with a project, take a moment to express your gratitude sincerely. Tell them how much their support means to you and how it made a difference. Such gestures of appreciation build positive feelings and reinforce the bond between you, ensuring that you become someone they hold in high regard and prioritize in their life. 7. Respect their boundaries. Understanding and respecting personal boundaries is crucial in any relationship. Imagine a neighbor who constantly drops by unannounced versus one who respects your space and checks if it's a good time before visiting. The latter is more likely to be appreciated and valued. For example, if a friend seems overwhelmed with their workload, give them space instead of insisting on plans. Let them know you understand and are there for them when they're ready. This respect for their boundaries shows maturity and consideration, fostering a deeper trust. As a result, they will prioritize your relationship, knowing that you value their personal space and needs. 8. Create the fear of losing you. Creating the fear of losing you can make others realize your value. It's a powerful psychological technique, but it must be used wisely. Consider John, who felt taken for granted by his friends. He decided to become less available, focusing on his own hobbies and spending time with new people. His friends soon noticed his absence and began to reach out more, realizing how much they missed his presence. By stepping back slightly and investing time elsewhere, you can create a sense of urgency and appreciation. This technique, when balanced well, ensures that others recognize your importance and prioritize you in their lives. 9. Be a good listener. Being an attentive listener can significantly enhance your relationships. Imagine sharing a personal story with someone who listens intently, asks thoughtful questions, and offers empathetic responses. This kind of interaction makes you feel heard and valued. For instance, if a friend is going through a tough time, give them your full attention. Put away distractions, listen to their concerns, and acknowledge their feelings. Your genuine interest and understanding can make a profound impact. By being a good listener, you demonstrate that you value their experiences and emotions, which in turn makes you a priority in their life as they seek your supportive presence. 10. Avoid being always available. Being too available can sometimes lead to being taken for granted. Think of a restaurant that's always open versus one with limited exclusive hours. The latter often feels more special and valued. For example, if you're always ready to drop everything for a friend, they might start expecting it rather than appreciating it. Instead, balance your availability. Let them know you have other commitments and interests. This not only shows that you value your time, but also makes them value the moments you do spend together. By not always being available, you enhance the quality of your interactions and ensure you're seen as a priority, not just a convenience. 11. Develop shared interests. Engaging in activities or hobbies that both you and the other person enjoy can significantly strengthen your bond. Imagine two friends who bond over their love for hiking. They plan trips together, share experiences, and create lasting memories on the trails. These shared interests deepen their connection and ensure they prioritize spending time together. For example, if your partner loves cooking, take a cooking class together. This shared activity not only brings you closer, but also creates opportunities for quality time. Developing shared interests fosters a sense of camaraderie and mutual enjoyment, making you an integral part of their life. 12. Show consistency. Being dependable and consistent in your actions builds trust and reinforces your importance in someone's life. Think of a colleague who is always on time, meets deadlines, and follows through on commitments. Their reliability makes them invaluable to the team. For example, if you promise to help a friend move, ensure you show up as agreed. Consistency in your behavior shows that you are trustworthy and dependable. This reliability strengthens your relationships, making others more likely to prioritize you because they know they can count on you in both good times and bad. 13. Prioritize your needs. Focusing on your own needs ensures that you don't settle for less than you deserve. Think of someone who always puts others first, often feeling drained and unappreciated. By prioritizing your own needs, you set a standard for how you expect to be treated. For example, if you know someone won't respect your time, limit your interactions with them. Surround yourself with people who see you as a priority. This self-respect not only enhances your well-being, but also signals to others that you value yourself. In turn, they are more likely to treat you with the respect and importance you deserve. 14. Create your own happiness. Being self-sufficient and not depending on others for happiness can make you more attractive and balanced. Consider someone who pursues their passions, enjoys their own company, and finds joy in their achievements. Their independence and contentment make them appealing to others. For instance, if you love painting, dedicate time to your art and let it be a source of happiness. When you create your own happiness, you appear more balanced and self-assured. This not only enhances your overall well-being, but also makes you more attractive to others who see you as someone who doesn't rely on them for fulfillment. 15. Show empathy and compassion. Being empathetic and compassionate towards others' struggles and emotions fosters deep connections. Imagine a friend who always understands and supports you during tough times. Their empathy makes you feel valued and loved. For example, if a colleague is going through a rough patch, offer a listening ear and comforting words. Show that you understand their feelings and are there for them. This kind of emotional support builds strong, lasting bonds. By being empathetic and compassionate, you become someone others turn to in times of need, making you a priority in their lives as they appreciate your genuine care and understanding. 16. Don't make them the center of your life. Maintaining a distance and not making someone the center of your life can increase your value. Think of someone who's always available and revolves their life around others. They might be appreciated, but not necessarily prioritized. For example, if you have a friend who often takes your availability for granted, start focusing on your own activities and interests. This creates a healthy balance and makes them realize your value. People are often attracted to things they can't have easily. By not making them the center of your life, you increase your allure and importance in their eyes. 17. Be willing to walk away. Being willing to walk away from someone who doesn't treat you well demonstrates self-respect and determination. Imagine a scenario where you're in a relationship that doesn't fulfill you, but you stay out of fear of being alone. By showing that you're not afraid to walk away, you send a powerful message that you value yourself and won't settle for less. For example, if a friend constantly disrespect your boundaries, let them know you're willing to end the friendship if things don't change. This stance often makes people reconsider their behavior. Knowing you're willing to walk away ensures that others treat you with the respect and importance you deserve. 18. Be supportive and understanding. Showing genuine interest in others' concerns and offering support during difficult times can make you indispensable. Think of a friend who always listens without judgment and offers helpful advice. Their support is invaluable. For example, if your partner is stressed about work, take the time to listen and provide comfort without immediately jumping to solutions. This understanding approach shows that you care deeply about their well-being. Being supportive and understanding strengthens your relationships and makes others prioritize you, as they see you as a reliable source of comfort and support during challenging times. In conclusion, becoming a priority in someone's life is not about manipulation or changing who you are, but about understanding the dynamics of relationships and enhancing your interactions. By implementing these 18 powerful psychological strategies, you can shift the balance and ensure that you are valued and appreciated. Whether it's maintaining a positive outlook, allowing others to invest in you, or showing empathy and understanding, each technique contributes to building stronger, more meaningful connections. Remember, the key is to prioritize yourself first. When you respect and value your own needs, others will naturally follow suit. By fostering mutual respect, appreciation, and understanding, you create a foundation for healthier and more fulfilling relationships. These strategies are not just about being seen as a priority, but about cultivating genuine connections where both parties feel valued and important. As you incorporate these steps into your daily life, you will notice a transformation in how others perceive and prioritize you. Embrace these changes with confidence and watch as your relationships flourish, bringing you the recognition and respect you truly deserve. Thank you for watching, and don't forget to like, subscribe, and explore more of our content to continue your journey towards stronger, more rewarding relationships.
Wisdom is like a baobab tree. No one individual can embrace it. True wisdom is vast and cannot be fully understood or possessed by one person alone. It requires collective understanding and sharing. It takes a whole village to raise a child. Raising a child is a communal effort that involves the support and guidance of the entire community, not just the parents. If you want to go fast, go alone. If you want to go far, go together. Working alone may yield quick results, but teamwork and collaboration lead to sustainable, long-term success. The child who is not embraced by the village will burn it down to feel its warmth. Neglected individuals may resort to drastic measures to gain attention or a sense of belonging. However long the night, the dawn will break. No matter how difficult or dark a situation is, it will eventually pass and give way to better times. The fool speaks, the wise man listens. Wisdom often involves listening and understanding before speaking, whereas foolishness is marked by hasty, uninformed speech. A bird will always use another bird's feathers to feather its own nest. People often use resources or knowledge from others to improve their own situation. When there is no enemy within, the enemies outside cannot hurt you. Inner peace and self-confidence make external threats less harmful. You learn how to cut down trees by cutting them down. Practical experience is the best teacher. You learn by doing. Rain does not fall on one roof alone. Hardships and blessings are shared experiences that affect many people, not just one individual. A man who uses force is afraid of reasoning. Those who resort to violence often do so because they lack the ability or willingness to engage in rational discourse. Do not look where you fell, but where you slipped. Focus on understanding the cause of your mistakes rather than the consequences. To try and fail is not laziness. Making an effort, even if it results in failure, is commendable and not the same as being lazy. A child's fingers are not scalded by a piece of hot yam which its mother puts into its palm. Parents or guardians often protect their children from harm, even in challenging situations. A chattering bird builds no nest. Talking too much without action leads to unaccomplished goals. Wisdom does not come overnight. Gaining wisdom is a gradual process that takes time and experience. He who learns, teaches. Knowledge is meant to be shared, and those who learn should also teach others. A single bracelet does not jingle. One person's efforts or actions may go unnoticed. Collaboration amplifies impact. A man who uses force is afraid of reasoning. Resorting to violence often indicates a fear of logical argument or persuasion. If you think you are too small to make a difference, you haven't spent the night with a mosquito. Even the smallest actions can have a significant impact. Knowledge is like a garden. If it is not cultivated, it cannot be harvested. Knowledge requires nurturing and continuous effort to be useful and beneficial. So, a bird will always use another bird's feathers to feather its own nest. People often use resources or knowledge from others to improve their own situation. He who refuses to obey cannot command. To lead effectively, one must also know how to follow and respect authority. The axe forgets, but the tree remembers. Those who cause harm may forget their actions, but those who are harmed remember. Even the best cooking pot will not produce food. Having the best tools or resources is useless without the skills or effort to use them. And seeing is different from being told. Experiencing something firsthand is more impactful and convincing than hearing about it secondhand. One who loves you warns you. True care and concern often come with honest warnings and advice. Even the best cooking pot will not produce food. Having the best tools or resources is useless without the skills or effort to use them. There is no medicine to cure hatred. Hatred is a deep-rooted emotion that cannot be easily remedied or cured. You do not teach the paths of the forest to an old gorilla. Experienced individuals do not need to be taught what they already know well.
Here are 5 Stoic rules to help you emotionally detach from someone, whether it's a toxic relationship, unrequited love, or a painful friendship. These timeless principles will help you find clarity and regain control of your emotions. Emotional detachment doesn't mean you stop caring. It means you protect your inner peace. The Stoics believed that freedom comes from mastering our emotions, not suppressing them. Imagine being able to let go of someone's hold on you without resentment, finding strength in acceptance and self-reliance. These 5 rules will show you how. In this video, we'll uncover actionable Stoic techniques that are as relevant today as they were in ancient times. Stay tuned until the end, and you'll learn how to turn emotional pain into a stepping stone for growth and resilience. Let's dive in. 1. Focus on what you can control. The first rule is foundational to Stoicism. Focus only on what is within your control. You cannot change someone's feelings, actions, or decisions, but you can control your own thoughts, reactions, and choices. Instead of ruminating over why someone treated you a certain way or wishing they were different, shift your focus inward. For example, if someone ends a relationship, resist the urge to change their mind or dwell on their motives. Instead, redirect that energy toward your growth, whether it's building new skills, strengthening friendships, or exploring personal passions. By detaching from the uncontrollable, you free yourself from unnecessary emotional turmoil. 2. Practice negative visualization. The Stoics practiced a technique called premeditatio malorum, or negative visualization. This involves imagining the worst-case scenario to prepare your mind for acceptance. If you're struggling to detach from someone, envision a life where they are no longer part of your world. While this may seem painful at first, it helps you accept reality instead of resisting it. By mentally preparing yourself for loss, you build emotional resilience. Over time, this exercise allows you to view detachment not as a tragedy, but as an opportunity for growth and freedom. 3. Embrace the impermanence of relationships. Stoicism teaches that everything in life is fleeting, including relationships. When you accept that nothing is permanent, you stop clinging to the idea that someone must stay in your life forever. Detachment becomes easier when you view relationships as part of a natural ebb and flow. Marcus Aurelius often reminded himself that life is temporary, and clinging to what must eventually pass only leads to suffering. Appreciate the good times you shared, but don't let their absence define your happiness. Recognizing impermanence allows you to cherish moments without being enslaved by them. 4. Reframe your perspective. The Stoics believed that it's not events that disturb us, but our perception of them. If you're struggling to detach emotionally, ask yourself, what story am I telling myself about this person or relationship? Often, we idealize others or attach meaning to situations that don't serve us. Reframe the narrative. Instead of viewing their departure as a rejection, see it as an opportunity for growth. Instead of focusing on what you've lost, focus on what you've gained: strength, independence, and a clearer understanding of what you truly need in your life. 5. Build inner strength through self-reliance. The final rule is to cultivate self-reliance. Stoics believed that true happiness comes from within, not from external relationships. While connections with others can enhance our lives, they should never be the foundation of our emotional stability. Develop habits that nurture your inner strength: journaling, meditation, physical exercise, or pursuing hobbies. By building a life that fulfills you independently of others, you create a strong foundation that can weather any emotional storm. Detachment becomes a natural outcome of knowing that your worth isn't tied to anyone else. 6. Observe without attachment. The Stoics taught the value of observing situations and people objectively, without attaching emotions to them. Detachment often starts with shifting your perspective from being deeply involved to being a calm observer. This doesn't mean you stop caring, but that you view the situation with clarity and neutrality. For instance, if you're struggling with a breakup, focus on observing your feelings without judgment. Instead of saying, "I can't live without them," try, "I feel sadness, but this is temporary." By creating this mental distance, you gain the ability to respond thoughtfully instead of reacting impulsively. Observation without attachment frees you from the emotional entanglements that make detachment difficult. It's a skill that, with practice, can transform how you navigate all relationships. 7. Limit your exposure. Stoics believed in avoiding unnecessary pain. If seeing or interacting with someone makes emotional detachment harder, it's wise to limit your exposure. This isn't avoidance. It's a strategy to create space for healing and regaining emotional equilibrium. For example, unfollow them on social media, avoid places where you might bump into them, and minimize unnecessary conversations. By reducing triggers, you give your mind the opportunity to process emotions and build resilience. Over time, this distance helps you detach more naturally, without resentment or frustration. Limiting exposure isn't a sign of weakness, it's an act of self-preservation that aligns with the Stoic principle of focusing on what serves your growth. 8. Detach from the outcome. Stoics emphasize letting go of attachment to outcomes. Often, our difficulty in emotionally detaching stems from wanting a specific result, whether it's reconciliation, validation, or closure. The truth is, these outcomes are often outside our control, and focusing on them only prolongs emotional pain. Instead, adopt the mindset that whatever happens is for your highest good, even if it's not what you originally hoped for. Trust that the future holds opportunities you can't yet see. When you release your grip on the outcome, you free yourself from the chains of expectation and open the door to peace. 9. Practice gratitude for the lessons. Even painful relationships teach valuable lessons. The Stoics encouraged finding gratitude in every experience, good or bad. Detachment becomes easier when you focus on what the relationship taught you rather than what you've lost. For instance, a difficult breakup might teach you the importance of setting boundaries, valuing yourself, or recognizing red flags. By reframing the experience as a lesson, you shift your mindset from victimhood to empowerment. Gratitude allows you to appreciate the past without being tied to it, making emotional detachment a natural process. 10. Accept what is, not what you wish it were. Acceptance is a cornerstone of Stoic philosophy. Emotional detachment often begins with fully accepting the reality of a situation. Resistance only leads to prolonged suffering, while acceptance creates the space needed to heal and move forward. For example, instead of wishing someone would come back or change, accept them as they are, and the situation as it is. This doesn't mean you condone their actions or the pain they caused, but you stop fighting against reality. Acceptance brings peace, allowing you to let go of emotional attachments that no longer serve you. The Stoics believed that freedom lies in aligning with reality, not resisting it. By practicing acceptance, you can emotionally detach with grace and find the strength to move forward. Detaching emotionally from someone isn't about shutting yourself off. It's about freeing yourself to live with peace and purpose. By focusing on what you can control, practicing acceptance and building inner strength, you can transform emotional pain into personal power. Which of these Stoic rules resonates with you the most? Share your thoughts in the comments below. Don't forget to like this video, subscribe for more wisdom on resilience and self-mastery, and share this with someone who might need it. Thank you for watching, and we'll see you in the next one.
10 disturbing signs. You're surrounded by fake people and how to deal with this problem. In a world filled with social connections, it's easy to mistake proximity for authenticity. Yet, some of the most harmful relationships in our lives come disguised as friendships. These individuals, whom we might call fake people, are not always overtly toxic. Instead, they erode trust and authenticity in subtle but destructive ways. They prioritize appearances, manipulate emotions, and often pursue their self-interest at the expense of others. As the Stoic philosopher Epictetus reminds us, keep company only with those who uplift you, whose presence calls forth your best self. Why does recognizing fake people matter? It's not just about avoiding discomfort. These relationships can drain our mental energy, corrode our self-esteem, and distract us from meaningful pursuits. When we allow insincerity to linger in our lives, we compromise our peace of mind. Marcus Aurelius emphasized the importance of maintaining our inner tranquility by choosing carefully whom we let into our circle. He wrote, "The tranquility that comes when you stop caring what they say, or think, or do, only what you do matters." Spotting fake people is about reclaiming this tranquility. The purpose of this article is to help you identify the subtle yet disturbing signs of fake people in your life. Armed with this awareness, you can take purposeful action to protect yourself and nurture relationships that reflect mutual respect and authenticity. In doing so, you align yourself with the Stoic ideal of living a virtuous life, where your energy is channeled toward what truly matters, becoming the best version of yourself and fostering meaningful connections. Recognizing fake people isn't about fostering suspicion, but about practicing discernment. By learning to spot these toxic behaviors, you take a powerful step toward living a life of integrity and emotional freedom. 1. Excessive flattery that feels insincere or manipulative. Flattery, when sincere, can uplift and inspire, but when it's used as a tool for manipulation, it becomes a trap. Fake people often shower others with excessive praise, not to express genuine admiration, but to disarm or manipulate them. As Seneca observed, "A flatterer is a friend who is your enemy in disguise. Their words may feel good in the moment, but their intentions are rooted in self-interest." Consider a colleague who constantly praises your work in meetings, but later undermines you to superiors, or a friend who compliments your appearance excessively, but expects favors in return. Their compliments feel hollow, as if they're saying what they think you want to hear, not what they truly believe. This behavior often reveals a lack of authenticity and a desire to manipulate your emotions for their gain. Stoicism teaches us to value truth over comfort. Marcus Aurelius advises, "Waste no more time arguing about what a good man should be one." In the same vein, it's crucial to seek relationships built on honesty rather than superficial praise. When someone's flattery feels disproportionate or self-serving, pause and question their motives. True friends will offer encouragement grounded in sincerity, not manipulation. To protect yourself, focus on cultivating a strong sense of self-worth that doesn't depend on others' approval. When you value yourself for who you are, you become less susceptible to the allure of empty compliments. Instead, you'll recognize the deeper worth of those who support you with honesty and integrity. 2. Talking behind your back, but acting friendly in person. Few things are as damaging to trust as discovering that someone speaks poorly of you when you're not around. Fake people often maintain a facade of friendliness while sowing discord behind closed doors. This duplicity can leave you questioning your perception and doubting the authenticity of your relationships. Picture a co-worker who greets you warmly every day but criticizes your efforts to others, undermining your reputation. Or a friend who listens to your struggles only to share them as gossip in another circle. These actions reveal a fundamental lack of respect and loyalty. As Epictetus cautioned, first, learn the meaning of what you say and then speak. Stoic wisdom reminds us to guard our peace by aligning ourselves with those whose actions match their words. Marcus Aurelius advises, "It never ceases to amaze me. We all love ourselves more than other people, but care more about their opinion than our own." This is a powerful reminder to value truth over appearances. When faced with a two-faced individual, don't internalize their behavior as a reflection of your worth. Instead, recognize it as their failure to live virtuously. To address this, cultivate direct and honest communication. If you suspect someone of speaking behind your back, confront them calmly and assertively. A genuine person will respond with accountability, while a fake one will deflect or deny. Build relationships with those who value integrity and let go of connections that lack mutual respect. 3. Disappearing. When you need support, but showing up during your successes. True friends stand by your side through both triumphs and trials. Fake people, however, have a pattern of vanishing when the going gets tough, only to reappear when there's something to gain. Their loyalty is conditional, tied to how your circumstances benefit them. As Seneca noted, adversity is the truest touchstone of friendship. Imagine reaching out to someone during a personal crisis, only to be met with silence. Later, when you achieve a milestone or success, they're the first to show up, eager to share in the spotlight. Their behavior reveals a lack of genuine care. They value what you can offer them, not who you are. Stoicism teaches us to accept hardships as part of life's natural ebb and flow. Marcus Aurelius wrote, "Don't be surprised. Everything in life is but what you make it." Similarly, the presence of fake people during difficult times shouldn't surprise you. Instead, let it sharpen your discernment. To protect yourself, pay attention to who remains during challenging moments. These are the people who value you unconditionally. Limit your emotional investment in those who disappear when you need them most. By focusing on authentic relationships, you free yourself from the disappointment of unmet expectations and align with Stoic principles of self-sufficiency and resilience. 4. Constantly competing with you or one-upping your experiences. A hallmark of fake people is their inability to celebrate your successes without feeling threatened. They often turn every conversation into a competition, diminishing your achievements to elevate their own. This behavior reflects insecurity and a need for validation at your expense. As Marcus Aurelius wisely stated, "Be content with what you are and wish not for what you are not." Imagine sharing an exciting promotion only to hear, "That's nice, but when I was promoted, it was to an even higher position," or discussing a personal milestone only for them to immediately share a bigger accomplishment. Their focus isn't on you, but on how they can outshine you. Stoicism reminds us to focus on what is within our control, our own actions and thoughts. Comparing yourself to others or allowing their comparisons to affect you only leads to unnecessary suffering. As Epictetus taught, it is not what happens to you, but how you react to it that matters. Recognize that their behavior stems from their own struggles, not your inadequacy. To deal with these individuals, disengage from the competition they create. Avoid trying to match their one-upmanship and instead redirect the conversation to topics of mutual interest or genuine connection. Surround yourself with people who celebrate your successes as much as their own. By aligning with those who uplift rather than compete, you cultivate a community rooted in mutual respect and shared joy. 5. Showing little interest in your life unless it benefits them. Fake people often display selective interest. They'll engage with you only when they have something to gain. Conversations with them feel transactional, not mutual, leaving you feeling used rather than valued. Seneca captured this dynamic perfectly. Associate with people who are likely to improve you. Picture a friend who rarely asks about your life, but becomes highly attentive when they need advice, resources, or connections. Once their needs are met, their interest in you quickly fades. This lack of reciprocity reveals their self-centered motives and undermines genuine connection. Stoicism teaches us to cultivate relationships based on shared virtue, not utility. Marcus Aurelius advises, "Waste no more time on arguing what a good man should be one." True friends invest in your well-being because they care, not because they expect something in return. To address this, observe how others respond when you share your joys and struggles. Authentic friends will engage out of genuine interest, while fake ones will either redirect the conversation to themselves or lose interest. Limit your investment in relationships that lack reciprocity and focus on building connections with people who value you for who you are, not what you can provide. 6. Using gossip or lies to manipulate others' opinions about you. Fake people often rely on gossip and deceit to manipulate others' perceptions of you. They spread half-truths, twist facts, and sow seeds of doubt to undermine your reputation. This behavior reflects their insecurity and lack of integrity. As Epictetus said, "The soul that is enslaved to its passions is tossed by the waves." Consider a co-worker who subtly criticizes you to your boss while maintaining a friendly demeanor toward you. Or a friend who spreads personal information you shared in confidence to create drama. These actions are not only hurtful, but also indicative of someone who lacks the moral character to build trust. Stoicism emphasizes the importance of aligning with people who practice virtue. Marcus Aurelius wrote, "If it is not right, do not do it. If it is not true, do not say it." Fake people often fail this test, and their behavior reveals their character more than it damages yours. To protect yourself, avoid engaging in gossip yourself. By maintaining your integrity, you ensure that their lies hold less power. Confront manipulative individuals calmly and directly when necessary, but don't allow their actions to pull you into a cycle of negativity. Instead, focus on building relationships with individuals who value honesty and transparency. By doing so, you reinforce the Stoic ideal of a life rooted in virtue and resilience. 7. Fake apologies that lack sincerity and accountability. A fake person's apology is often a hollow performance designed to save face rather than make amends. They may say, "I'm sorry you feel that way," deflecting responsibility, or apologize simply to move past the issue without addressing the root cause. As Seneca observed, "What need is there to weep over parts of life? The whole of it calls for tears." A fake apology underscores the pain of insincere relationships. Consider a friend who dismisses your hurt feelings with, "I didn't mean it like that, but if it upset you, sorry." Their words lack genuine remorse or a commitment to change. Such apologies fail to repair trust or strengthen the bond. Instead, they reveal a deeper unwillingness to prioritize mutual respect and growth. Stoicism teaches us to value actions over words. As Marcus Aurelius advised, "Waste no more time talking about what a good man should be one." A sincere apology involves acknowledgement of harm, accountability, and a genuine effort to change. Fake apologies fail this test, revealing the person's lack of authenticity. To address this, don't let empty words pacify you. Respond by calmly expressing what you need from an apology, such as accountability and change. If the person continues offering insincerity, it may be time to reevaluate the relationship. Surround yourself with individuals who value integrity and are willing to take responsibility for their actions, as these are the foundations of meaningful connections. 8. Mimicking your behavior or interests to blend in or gain favor. Fake people often mimic your mannerisms, hobbies, or preferences to gain your trust or approval. While imitation can be flattering when rooted in admiration, it becomes unsettling when it's used manipulatively. Epictetus warned, "Know, first, who you are, and then adorn yourself accordingly." Fake people, lacking this self-awareness, adopt others' identities to mask their own insecurities. Imagine a co-worker who suddenly shares your interests, or a friend who starts dressing, talking, or behaving just like you. At first, this might seem like a coincidence, but over time, it becomes clear that their mimicry is a strategy to gain acceptance or leverage. Stoicism teaches us to value authenticity above all. Marcus Aurelius wrote, "Be yourself, the world will adjust." Genuine relationships are built on mutual respect for each other's individuality, not on forced conformity. To protect yourself, observe whether this person also mirrors others or shifts their behavior depending on who they're with. If their mimicry feels manipulative, create boundaries and focus on authentic connections. Encourage others to embrace their true selves by doing so yourself. When you align with people who value individuality, you foster a community of authenticity and mutual respect. 9. Emotionally draining interactions with little reciprocity. Fake people often engage in relationships that feel one-sided. They may lean on you for emotional support, but disappear when you need help. Interactions with them leave you feeling drained, as they take far more than they give. As Marcus Aurelius noted, the happiness of your life depends upon the quality of your thoughts. Fake people disrupt this quality by monopolizing your emotional energy. Consider a friend who constantly unloads their problems on you but dismisses your struggles or changes the subject when it's your turn to talk. Their behavior demonstrates a lack of empathy and reciprocity, hallmarks of an insincere relationship. Stoicism reminds us to guard our inner peace by avoiding unnecessary emotional burdens. Epictetus advised, "He who is not satisfied with a little is satisfied with nothing." Fake people often demand more of your time and energy than they're willing to return, leaving you perpetually unsatisfied. To address this, set clear boundaries. Limit the time and energy you devote to relationships that feel draining. Seek connections with people who offer emotional support and balance. By focusing on these authentic relationships, you can preserve your emotional well-being and create a network of mutual care. 10. Prioritizing appearances and status over genuine connection. For fake people, appearances often take precedence over authenticity. They prioritize how things look over how they feel, valuing social status and public image more than meaningful relationships. Seneca's words remind us of the folly in this. We suffer more in imagination than in reality. Fake people's obsession with appearances stems from their own insecurities, not genuine value. Imagine a friend who only spends time with you in public, ensuring they're seen with you at social events, but avoiding deeper, private conversations. Or a colleague who flatters you in meetings, but ignores you otherwise. Their actions are about optics, not connection. Stoicism teaches us to focus on substance over form. Marcus Aurelius wrote, "Be satisfied with what you have and accept the present moment." Genuine relationships thrive on mutual understanding and shared values, not superficial displays of success or popularity. To protect yourself, recognize when someone's actions are more about performance than connection. Prioritize relationships that value honesty and depth over appearances. Surround yourself with people who see your worth beyond status or social clout. By doing so, you align with the Stoic ideal of living a life grounded in authenticity and virtue. Solutions and how to protect yourself. Recognizing fake people in your life is only the first step. The real challenge lies in protecting yourself from their toxic influence while fostering authentic connections. Stoic wisdom offers practical strategies to navigate these challenges with clarity and resilience. 1. Identify and limit interactions. Epictetus reminds us, the key is to keep company only with people who uplift you, whose presence calls forth your best. Once you identify fake people, consciously limit your exposure to their negativity. This doesn't always mean cutting them off completely. Sometimes, especially with co-workers or family members, that's impractical. Instead, create emotional boundaries. For example, avoid sharing personal details with those who have betrayed your trust and engage with them only when necessary. Communicate directly and assertively. Fake people often thrive on ambiguity, so clear, assertive communication can disarm their tactics. If someone exhibits toxic behaviors, address it calmly and firmly. Marcus Aurelius advises, be tolerant with others and strict with yourself. Approach conversations with compassion, but stand firm in expressing your boundaries. For instance, if a friend constantly gossips, tell them, I'm uncomfortable discussing others this way. 3. Build a strong support system. A community of authentic, supportive individuals is a powerful antidote to the effects of fake relationships. Seek out people who align with your values and demonstrate loyalty and empathy. Seneca encourages us to associate with people who are likely to improve you. Invest your energy in these relationships and let them reinforce your sense of belonging and self-worth. 4. Practice self-care and emotional resilience. Fake people can drain your emotional reserves, making self-care essential. Marcus Aurelius advises, you have power over your mind, not outside events. Realize this, and you will find strength. Focus on activities that nurture your well-being, such as journaling, meditation, or engaging in hobbies that bring you joy. Strengthen your inner world so you rely less on external validation. 5. Seek professional guidance when necessary. If fake people have caused significant emotional harm, don't hesitate to seek help. A therapist or counselor can provide tools to navigate these challenges and help you heal. Stoicism doesn't mean handling everything alone. It encourages wisdom in seeking the right resources for growth and recovery. By following these steps, you align with the Stoic principle of cultivating a life rooted in virtue and authenticity. You not only protect yourself from the influence of fake people, but also pave the way for deeper, more meaningful connections. Identifying fake people in your life is not about fostering distrust, but about practicing discernment to protect your peace and well-being. Stoicism reminds us that our inner tranquility depends on the quality of our relationships. As Marcus Aurelius wisely noted, the happiness of your life depends upon the quality of your thoughts. By removing toxic influences and nurturing genuine connections, you create space for growth, resilience, and joy. Recap the signs. Excessive flattery, duplicity, emotional one-sidedness, and a focus on appearances are just a few of the red flags to watch for. Recognizing these behaviors allows you to limit their impact and make room for relationships that truly matter. Remember, you are the guardian of your own well-being. As Seneca advised, associate with people who may improve you and welcome those whom you may improve. Surround yourself with people who uplift, challenge, and inspire you. Finally, embrace your self-worth. You deserve relationships built on trust, honesty, and mutual care. By fostering authenticity in yourself and others, you not only protect your emotional health, but also build a life of deeper meaning and connection. Take this wisdom to heart and let it guide you. Your time and energy are precious. Invest them wisely. If you found this video helpful, don't forget to like the video. It really helps spread this message to others who might need it. Subscribe to the channel for more insights on relationships, personal growth, and wisdom inspired by timeless philosophies. And of course, if you think someone in your life could benefit from this, don't hesitate to share it with them. Your support means the world and helps us continue creating content that empowers and inspires. Thank you for being part of this community, and remember, always choose authenticity and protect your peace. See you in the next video.
What if I told you that being single after a long relationship isn't just okay? It might actually be the best thing that's ever happened to you. Forget the stereotypes about loneliness or starting over. Being single could unlock a life that's richer, freer, and more fulfilling than ever before. Imagine this: no more emotional labor, no more negotiating over every little decision, and complete control over your time, your money, and your space. You're finally free to rediscover yourself, to travel the world on your terms, dive into passions you've ignored for decades, and create relationships that truly add value to your life. And here's the kicker: science and experience show that this newfound independence isn't just liberating, it's deeply rewarding. In this video, I'm going to share 15 powerful reasons why life can be better when you're single. Inspired by wisdom that stood the test of time, you'll discover how this stage of life can be a springboard to freedom, growth, and happiness. Whether you're navigating this journey by choice or circumstance, stay with me. It's time to embrace this chapter of your life and unlock the endless possibilities waiting for you. 1. Rediscovering old hobbies and exploring new ones. When I found myself single after decades of being in a relationship, I felt both a sense of loss and an unexpected sense of freedom. At first, I didn't know what to do with all the time I suddenly had. But then I remembered something Marcus Aurelius once wrote: "You have power over your mind, not outside events. Realize this, and you will find strength." That wisdom helped me shift my focus inward to the things I could control, like how I spent my time. I started thinking about the hobbies I used to love but had set aside. I remembered how much joy I found in painting when I was younger. Back then, I'd lose myself in the colors and shapes, completely present in the moment. So I decided to pick it up again. I bought some brushes and paints, set up a small corner in my living room, and began. The strokes on the canvas became a form of meditation, a reminder that life's beauty is often found in simplicity. I also gave myself permission to try something completely new. I'd always been curious about yoga, so I joined a beginner's class. It wasn't just about flexibility. It became a lesson in mindfulness and gratitude for what my body could still do. Seneca's words echoed in my mind: "As long as you live, keep learning how to live." Rediscovering hobbies and exploring new interests has been one of the most liberating aspects of being single. It reminded me that life isn't about what I've lost, but about what I can still create and experience. Each day is an opportunity to grow, to embrace curiosity, and to find joy in the small, meaningful things that bring me closer to myself. 2. Opportunity to travel freely. When I became single, I realized how much freedom I had to finally travel the way I wanted. In the past, trips were always a negotiation: destinations, schedules, even where to eat. But now, I could explore places I'd dreamed of without compromise. Epictetus's reminder came to mind: freedom is the only worthy goal in life. It is won by disregarding things that lie beyond our control. I decided to plan a solo trip, something I had never done before. My first destination was a quiet coastal town I'd always wanted to visit. Without needing to align plans with someone else's preferences, I could spend hours wandering through local markets, sitting on the beach with a good book, or simply enjoying the stillness. The solitude wasn't lonely, it was empowering. One of the most enlightening parts of traveling alone was discovering how resourceful I could be. I navigated unfamiliar streets, figured out new public transit systems, and even made friends with locals. Seneca's words resonated deeply. Everywhere is nowhere. When a person spends all their time in foreign travel, They end by having many acquaintances, but no friends. I realized that true travel isn't just about seeing new places. It's about forming meaningful connections with others and with yourself. Traveling freely helped me reconnect with my inner compass. It reminded me that life's richness comes not from what others plan for you, but from the paths you choose for yourself. Each trip became not just a journey to a new place, but a step toward becoming the person I wanted to be, curious, independent, and grateful for the world's endless possibilities. 3. Living life on your own terms. When you're in a long-term relationship, life often becomes a series of compromises. What to watch, where to live, how to spend your weekends, all of it involves negotiation. But when I became single, I realized I could finally design my life around my own desires. It was exhilarating and a little daunting. The words of Marcus Aurelius grounded me. Waste no more time arguing about what a good man should be. Be one. I began to ask myself what truly made me happy. I found that I loved slow mornings with coffee and journaling, weekends spent hiking, and nights diving into books I'd always meant to read. No one else's schedule dictated mine. I didn't have to justify my choices or feel guilty for indulging in what brought me joy. This freedom extended to my larger goals as well. For years I'd wanted to start a small garden, but I always deferred to what my partner wanted for our shared space. Now I had a patch of earth entirely my own. Tending to it became a metaphor for my new life. I was finally planting seeds for myself, nurturing my own growth. Living on my own terms taught me the power of self-reliance. As Seneca said, "The greatest wealth is a poverty of desires." By stripping away the need to conform to someone else's expectations, I found clarity in what truly mattered to me. Life wasn't just simpler, it was fuller, richer, and deeply aligned with my own values. For the first time, I was living entirely for myself, and it felt incredible. 4. Your home, your sanctuary. When I became single, I realized my home was now truly mine. For years, I had shared decisions about furniture, decor, and how spaces were used. While those compromises were part of a shared life, they often left me feeling like my home didn't fully reflect who I was. Now, I could transform my space into a sanctuary. As Epictetus said, "Man is not worried by real problems so much as by his imagined anxieties about real problems." Having control over my space helped ease those imagined anxieties. I started small, painting walls in colors that brought me joy and rearranging furniture to create a sense of calm. I carved out a cozy reading nook by the window, filled my kitchen with tools for cooking meals I loved, and turned a spare room into an art studio. These changes weren't just about aesthetics. They were about creating a space that felt deeply personal, one that nurtured my peace of mind. This newfound freedom extended to how I lived in my home. If I wanted to stay up late, binge-watching documentaries, I could. If I felt like leaving the dishes until morning, there was no one to judge me. My home became a reflection of my values and priorities, a place of stillness and creativity. Seneca's wisdom often echoed in my mind. True happiness is to enjoy the present without anxious dependence upon the future. In reclaiming my home, I discovered the joy of living fully in the present. My sanctuary wasn't just a physical space, it was a mindset of contentment and peace that I carried with me every day. 5. Financial independence. One of the most liberating aspects of being single was taking full control of my finances. I no longer needed to negotiate spending, save for someone else's priorities, or compromise on long-term goals. My financial decisions were mine alone, and that brought a sense of empowerment I hadn't experienced before. Marcus Aurelius's words guided me. The happiness of your life depends upon the quality of your thoughts. With financial freedom, I could focus my energy on what truly mattered to me. I started by re-evaluating my budget and making deliberate choices about how I spent my money. I invested in experiences that enriched my life, like travel, classes, and hobbies. At the same time, I prioritized long-term goals, such as saving for retirement and building a safety net. Every decision felt intentional and aligned with my personal values. The freedom to manage my money also allowed me to give back in meaningful ways. I donated to causes I cared about without needing to explain or justify my choices to anyone else. As Seneca said, "It is not the man who has too little, but the man who craves more that is poor." Financial independence gave me the clarity to see that I didn't need more. I just needed to use what I had in a way that brought me fulfillment. Taking charge of my finances wasn't just about money. It was about reclaiming my autonomy. I learned to trust my own judgment, plan for my future, and enjoy the freedom that comes from knowing I was in complete control of my resources. 6. Simpler, more liberating intimacy. One unexpected benefit of being single was how much simpler intimacy became. In my past relationships, intimacy was often entangled with emotional complexities, unspoken expectations, negotiations, and compromises. Now, I was free to define intimacy on my own terms. This shift felt profoundly liberating. As Seneca wisely noted, "We suffer more often in imagination than in reality." Free from the imagined obligations of partnership, I discovered a new kind of joy. I no longer felt pressure to meet someone else's needs or navigate their emotional states to maintain closeness. Instead, I could focus on what I truly wanted. If I chose to pursue a connection, it was because it brought me genuine happiness, not because I felt obligated to maintain it. For the first time, I understood the value of intimacy as a choice, not a duty. Whether I sought companionship or chose to focus on my own personal growth, every decision was mine to make. This freedom allowed me to engage in relationships with clarity and intention without the baggage of unmet expectations. Living without the weight of those emotional entanglements gave me more energy to invest in myself. I learned to find fulfillment in the things I loved, writing, painting, and simply enjoying the peace of my own company. The simplicity of this new approach to intimacy was a gift that reminded me of Marcus Aurelius's wisdom. If you are distressed by anything external, the pain is not due to the thing itself, but to your estimate of it. By redefining intimacy, I removed unnecessary distress and embraced a life of greater clarity and joy. 7. No more emotional labor. One of the most significant changes I experienced after becoming single was the relief of no longer being responsible for someone else's emotional well-being. In relationships, I often found myself managing not only my own emotions, but also soothing my partner's anxieties, resolving conflicts, and maintaining harmony in the household. While I once accepted this as part of love, I realized how draining it could be. Epictetus's advice came to mind. First say to yourself what you would be, and then do what you have to do. Being single allowed me to redirect all that emotional energy inward. I began to focus on my mental health, practicing mindfulness, and exploring what brought me peace and joy. Without the constant need to manage someone else's emotions, I discovered a lighter, freer version of myself. This freedom also improved the quality of my relationships with friends and family. When I wasn't weighed down by emotional labor, I could engage more authentically and give from a place of abundance rather than obligation. As Seneca said, "He who is brave is free." Letting go of emotional caretaking wasn't just brave, it was transformative. The absence of this invisible burden gave me space to build healthier relationships, ones based on mutual respect and support rather than caretaking. I learned that true love, whether romantic or platonic, doesn't require sacrificing your peace for someone else's. Instead, it thrives when both people take responsibility for their own emotions. 8. A stronger sense of self. After years of being in a relationship, I realized I had lost touch with who I was. My identity had become so intertwined with my role as a partner that I'd forgotten what truly made me happy. Becoming single gave me the chance to rediscover myself. Marcus Aurelius's words guided me. Nowhere can man find a quieter or more untroubled retreat than in his own soul. I began by asking myself simple but profound questions. What do I enjoy? What do I value? What kind of life do I want to live? I explored hobbies, reconnected with old friends, and even tried new activities that I never had time for before. Slowly but surely, I started to feel more like myself. Being single also taught me to trust my own decisions. Without someone else's input or validation, I learned to rely on my instincts and preferences. This built a deeper confidence in myself and my ability to create a life that felt fulfilling. Seneca's words became a mantra. As is a tale, so is life. Not how long it is, but how good it is what matters. Through this process, I developed a stronger sense of self. I no longer felt defined by external roles or relationships. Instead, I felt grounded in my own identity, living a life that reflected my values and passions. The journey wasn't always easy, but it was deeply rewarding, and it reminded me that the most important relationship is the one you have with yourself. 9. The gift of peace and quiet. One of the greatest blessings of being single was discovering the power of peace and quiet. When I was in a relationship, my home was always filled with activity, whether it was conversations, TV noise, or just the hum of shared living. While companionship was meaningful, I often longed for moments of stillness. Becoming single gave me exactly that. At first, the quiet felt strange, almost unsettling, but as I adjusted, I began to savor it. I could wake up in the morning and enjoy my coffee without interruptions. I could sit by the window and listen to the rain, or take long solitary walks in the park. These moments of solitude became opportunities to reflect, recharge, and simply be. Epictetus's wisdom resonated with me. People are not disturbed by things, but by the views they take of them. I realized that my initial discomfort with silence wasn't about the quiet itself. It was about my perception of it. Once I embraced it, peace and quiet became a source of immense joy. This stillness also allowed me to cultivate mindfulness. I could focus entirely on the present moment, free from the distractions of a shared life. Over time, I discovered that these quiet moments were some of the most fulfilling parts of my day. They reminded me that happiness isn't always about doing, it's often about simply being. 10. Building a social life on your terms. When I was in a relationship, much of my social life revolved around shared friends, couples gatherings, and events that often catered to my partner's interests as much as mine. Becoming single gave me the opportunity to redefine how, when, and with whom I spent my time. This newfound freedom felt both empowering and liberating. As Marcus Aurelius advised, the happiness of your life depends upon the quality of your thoughts. I applied this to my relationships, choosing to surround myself with people who uplifted and inspired me. I reconnected with old friends and sought out new ones who shared my interests and values. Whether it was joining a book club, attending community events, or taking a cooking class, I prioritized connections that felt meaningful. For the first time in years, I didn't have to attend events or engage with people out of obligation. This intentional approach to my social life also helped me set boundaries. If I needed time alone, I didn't feel pressured to explain or justify it. Seneca's wisdom guided me. Associate with those who will make a better man of you. By choosing friendships that added value to my life, I found a deeper sense of fulfillment. Being single allowed me to take control of my social calendar and focus on relationships that truly mattered. It wasn't about the quantity of connections, it was about the quality. This shift not only brought me closer to others, but also closer to myself. 11. Prioritizing health and wellness. When I was in a relationship, my health often took a back seat to the demands of shared life. Dinners out, accommodating someone else's schedule, or simply neglecting self-care in the hustle of daily routines. Once I became single, I realized I had the time and freedom to prioritize my health in ways I never had before. I started by focusing on my physical health. I joined a gym and took up yoga, activities I'd always wanted to try but had never made time for. I began cooking meals that nourished my body and experimenting with new recipes that were both healthy and enjoyable. Marcus Aurelius's words encouraged me. You must take care of your soul if you would have your head in order. My mental health also became a priority. I embraced practices like meditation and journaling, which helped me process emotions and find clarity. I even sought therapy to work through lingering challenges, an act of self-love that strengthened my resilience and emotional well-being. Seneca's wisdom reminded me to focus on what I could control. A man's as miserable as he thinks he is. By taking charge of my health, I felt stronger and more in control of my life. Prioritizing wellness wasn't just about looking or feeling good. It was about building a foundation for a longer, more fulfilling life. The freedom to focus entirely on my well-being transformed my outlook. I learned that caring for myself wasn't selfish. It was essential. And with every small step I took, I felt more empowered to live fully and joyfully. 12. Rediscovering old hobbies and exploring new interests. One of the most fulfilling aspects of being single was rediscovering hobbies I'd set aside and trying new activities I'd always been curious about. When I was married, my time and energy were often devoted to shared responsibilities or accommodating someone else's preferences. But now, I had the freedom to explore what truly brought me joy. I dusted off my old guitar, an instrument I hadn't touched in years, and started relearning songs I used to love. I also took up painting, finding peace in the rhythm of brushstrokes and the vibrant colors coming to life on the canvas. As Seneca wrote, "It is not that we have a short time to live, but that we waste a lot of it." With this new chapter, I committed to using my time intentionally. I also embraced the opportunity to try new things. I signed up for a photography workshop and joined a hiking group, discovering passions I didn't know I had. These activities weren't just about passing time, they were about reconnecting with myself and cultivating a sense of purpose. The process of rediscovery taught me that life is full of possibilities, no matter your age or circumstances. With each new hobby or skill, I felt a sense of accomplishment and joy that reminded me of the limitless potential within us all. 13. Embracing freedom. When I became single, I experienced a kind of freedom I hadn't felt in years. It wasn't just about being able to make decisions on my own. It was about rediscovering the ability to live life exactly how I wanted. This shift reminded me of Marcus Aurelius's wisdom. Do not be constrained by the external. Seek the freedom within yourself. For years I had balanced the needs and preferences of someone else, often putting my own desires on the back burner. Now, I could finally prioritize what mattered most to me. I embraced spontaneous choices, like going on a last-minute road trip, spending an entire day lost in a book, or pursuing a new passion without worrying about anyone else's schedule. This freedom also extended to my mindset. I no longer felt tethered to societal expectations or the pressure to conform to a specific role. Instead, I focused on living authentically and intentionally. Seneca's words guided me. He who is brave is free. Being single gave me the courage to step into a new chapter of my life, unafraid of the unknown. The beauty of this freedom wasn't just in the big decisions, it was in the everyday moments. I could listen to my intuition, follow my curiosity, and build a life that reflected my values. Embracing this independence taught me that true happiness comes from within, not from external circumstances. It was a reminder that life's possibilities are endless when you take control of your own path. 14. No more. Negotiating the small stuff. One of the most surprising joys of being single was the simplicity of everyday life. In a relationship, even the smallest decisions, what to eat for dinner, what time to go to bed, or how to spend the weekend, often required negotiation. While compromise can be healthy, it can also be exhausting. Being single eliminated those constant discussions, leaving me free to make choices based solely on my preferences. I found a strange but profound satisfaction in deciding to eat cereal for dinner just because I felt like it, or staying up late binge-watching documentaries without worrying about waking someone else. These small freedoms may seem trivial, but they added up to a life that felt more relaxed and enjoyable. Marcus Aurelius's advice rang true. If it is not right, do not do it. If it is not true, do not say it. When I was single, I didn't have to justify my actions or second-guess my decisions based on someone else's opinion. Living without these daily negotiations allowed me to focus on what truly mattered. It wasn't about rebelling against compromise. It was about honoring my own needs and desires. Over time, I realized how much energy I had saved by not constantly accommodating someone else, and I was able to channel that energy into my passions and personal growth. 15. The gift of peace and quiet. One of the greatest, most unexpected gifts of being single was the ability to enjoy peace and quiet whenever I wanted. In a relationship, there was always background noise, conversations, shared activities, or the hum of daily life together. While I valued companionship, I often found myself craving stillness. When I became single, I finally had the space to enjoy moments of true solitude. I'd wake up to quiet mornings, sip my coffee slowly, and watch the sunrise without a single interruption. I could spend afternoons reading, journaling, or simply sitting in silence. These moments weren't lonely. They were deeply rejuvenating. Seneca's wisdom guided me. The greatest blessings of mankind are within us and within our reach. A wise man is content with his lot, whatever it may be, without wishing for what he has not. I realized that peace wasn't something I needed to seek outside myself. It was already there, waiting for me to embrace it. This quiet time became a way to reflect and recharge, helping me cultivate mindfulness and gratitude for the simplicity of life. It also deepened my appreciation for the beauty of the present moment. The gift of peace and quiet wasn't just about having less noise. It was about finding clarity and calm in the stillness of my own company. So, there you have it. 15 powerful reasons why being single again isn't just a new chapter. It's an opportunity to create a life that's truly your own. Whether it's embracing freedom, rediscovering old passions, or building deeper connections, this stage of life is filled with possibilities you might not have imagined. Now, I'd love to hear from you. Which of these reasons resonated most with you? Are you currently embracing the single life, or is it something you're considering? Share your thoughts and takeaways in the comments below. I read every one and can't wait to hear your stories. If you found this video inspiring or helpful, make sure to give it a thumbs up. And don't forget to subscribe for more content about living a life full of freedom, growth, and wisdom. And if you think someone else might benefit from hearing this message, share this video with them. It might just change their perspective. Thank you so much for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. Today we're diving into 10 powerful habits that, in just 1 week, sparked incredible changes in my life. I know what you're thinking. Can such transformation happen so quickly? I wouldn't believe it either if I hadn't experienced it myself. These aren't your usual self-help tricks, but deep, practical habits that brought clarity, calm, and real growth. From struggles to breakthroughs, I've tested each one, and the impact has been life-altering. So grab a coffee, settle in, and stick around, because by the end, you'll have actionable, realistic steps that you can start today, complete with some personal stories that show just how powerful these habits can be. Let's jump in. Habit 1. Practicing daily gratitude. This habit was simple yet incredibly uplifting. Each morning I started listing 3 things I was grateful for, from big accomplishments to small moments of joy. Reflecting on the positives grounded me and shifted my focus toward abundance, making challenges feel more manageable. It's easy to get caught up in the stresses of daily life, but gratitude brings us back to what's truly important. If you're feeling overwhelmed, try writing down a few things you're thankful for each morning. You might be surprised by how much lighter and more positive it makes you feel. Habit 2. Journaling. Journaling was something I'd always thought of as just for deep thinkers, but dedicating 10 minutes each night to write about my day changed everything. I started with simple notes about what made me happy, what I struggled with, and soon it became a space for real self-reflection. The habit revealed patterns in my thoughts, fears, and desires. One night, after a particularly stressful day at work, I wrote down everything I was feeling, and it brought clarity and peace. I even started jotting down 3 things I was grateful for each day, which helped me shift focus from what was lacking to what I already had. It's a grounding habit that's as therapeutic as it is insightful. Habit 3. Setting a daily intention. This was a small but profound change. Every morning, I take a few minutes to set a single intention for the day, like practice patience or focus on gratitude. It created a mindful approach to my day and reminded me of my priorities when things got hectic. I found myself more focused, grounded, and in tune with my actions. Setting an intention doesn't have to be complicated. Think of it as giving your day a purpose or a theme. It can be a powerful anchor in moments of stress. Habit 4. Waking up early. The first game changer was simply waking up earlier. I used to be a late riser, hitting snooze until the last minute. Mornings were rushed and chaotic, setting a hectic tone for the whole day. But when I challenged myself to start waking up at 5 a.m., things changed, and fast. Those first days weren't easy, but by day 3, I began to feel the calm and quiet that came with the early hours. There's something almost magical about having the world to yourself as it wakes up. With those extra moments, I could stretch, meditate, and plan my day without feeling rushed. Even watching the sunrise felt grounding and gave me a renewed sense of gratitude. If you're not a morning person, try setting your alarm 15 minutes earlier each day. Those small steps toward an unrushed start will pay off in ways you can't imagine. Habit 5. Daily exercise. The second habit that shifted my life was committing to daily exercise. I wasn't a fitness fanatic and used every excuse to skip workouts. I'm too tired, there's no time, you name it. But one week I decided enough was enough. I started with just 20 minutes each day, mixing up light jogs, yoga, and simple strength exercises. Initially my muscles ached and I felt exhausted, but by the 4th day I was waking up with more energy, my mood brighter, and my focus sharper. Exercise became less about calories and more about a daily dose of self-care. It was a moment to connect with myself, leave behind stress, and tune in to my own needs. Habit 6. Mindful eating. Mindful eating was a small change that had a big impact. I used to eat quickly, often while on my phone or laptop, barely paying attention. But when I committed to eating without distractions, I realized how much I'd been missing. By setting aside screens and slowing down, I began to taste and enjoy each bite, noticing the flavors and textures as though experiencing them for the first time. Eating slowly helped me recognize when I was full and naturally reduced overeating. This mindful practice brought gratitude and awareness to my meals, helping me connect with food in a healthier, more fulfilling way. Habit 7. Practicing self-compassion. The final habit was a lesson in self-compassion. Whenever I stumbled or faced setbacks, I tended to be hard on myself. But instead, I started reminding myself to be as kind to myself as I would to a friend. Whenever I made a mistake, I'd pause, take a breath, and remind myself that it's okay to not be perfect. Self-compassion became a powerful tool in my growth, helping me recover from setbacks faster and with more resilience. Remember, progress isn't a straight line, and self-kindness goes a long way. Habit 8. Decluttering my space. I'd underestimated how much clutter in my physical space was affecting my mental space. I started by setting aside 10 minutes each day to clear one area of my home, a desk, a drawer, or a closet. As I decluttered, I felt a sense of relief and clarity, noticing how much easier it was to focus and relax. Having a tidy space gave me a calm, clear environment to start and end my days. If you find yourself feeling overwhelmed or distracted, try small decluttering sessions. It's amazing how much peace a clean space can bring. Habit 9. Limiting screen time. Limiting screen time was one of the harder habits to tackle. Our screens have become our lifelines, but I realized they were draining my energy, affecting my sleep, and distracting me from the present. I set a daily limit of 1 hour for non-essential screen use, which was tough but enlightening. Suddenly I had extra time to read, go for a walk, and reconnect with forgotten hobbies. I even found my sleep improving as I left my phone out of my bedtime routine. Reclaiming that time helped me be more present, more engaged, and less anxious. If you're struggling to cut back, Start by setting small limits and see how it feels. Habit 10. Learning something new. Every day, whether it's reading a few pages of a book, listening to a podcast, or trying out a new skill, committing to learning each day brought a refreshing sense of growth. I realized I was often stuck in my routine, and by setting aside even 10-15 minutes for learning, I opened myself to new ideas and perspectives. It could be as simple as a few words in a new language or watching an educational video. Learning daily keeps your mind sharp and adds a little spark of excitement to each day. It's a reminder that growth doesn't have to be big or immediate. It's in those consistent small steps. Each of these 10 habits has been transformative in its own way, contributing to a more mindful, balanced, and fulfilling life. If any of these resonate with you, try incorporating one or two into your week. Start small, embrace the process, and remember, it's about progress, not perfection. Share your thoughts below. I'd love to hear which habits you're trying, or if you have questions on how to start. And of course, if you found this helpful, don't forget to like, subscribe, and hit the notification bell for more life-changing insights. Thanks for joining me on this journey. Remember, small steps can lead to massive transformations. See you in the next video, and keep being awesome.